included. The participants in the executive sessions were
Ian Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Unright.
Kevin Geiger.
Hayden Brodowski
Zoe Deschanel.
Ellen Levin.
And Geneva Shonet.
and Teddy Erico. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is item number 2, work session. 2A, discussion regarding potential charter amendments to include town council attendance standards. And we have Kevin Geiger to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to present today on agenda item 1A. I do have a brief presentation here on PowerPoint that I think will walk you through some of the points that are probably relevant in your consideration of this issue. And just to provide a little background on this, council had a work session. Actually, it wasn't even in a work session discussion. It was in your council reports discussion, but you had a discussion on your April 1st meeting about whether town council should come up with some sort of an attendance policy for council members. We had a brief discussion about, and I'll relate it to you here. There are 5 provisions currently in the Home Rule Charter, the Town of Telluride Home Rule Charter. You might hear me say charter or THRC as an acronym. They are found in section 3.5. 5 reasons stated when a council seat would become vacant. There's a recall provision when someone passes away in office, they become incapacitated, they resign, or they cease to be a resident of the town. There is no current attendance policy or requirement for council members in the Home Rule Charter. Your rules of procedure do have limitations on when remote participation can occur, but they don't address an attendance policy either. And when I talk about an attendance policy, what I'm talking about is something with an actual consequence or repercussion, where there would either be, there's been some discussion about should your financial, the financial benefits, if you will, the health benefits, the financial benefits of being on town council, should they be reduced or diminished if you don't attend? That's one option. What I heard from the discussion on April 1st was some sort of a consequence of the seat becomes vacant. We did look at a number of home rule municipalities in Colorado, and we'll go through those in a little bit after I provide a little more background on this, where you actually have a consequence. A vacancy can be triggered, if you will, by an attendance policy standard. And again, right now, there is no mandate in either the charter or in your rules on this issue. And I would suggest it's our recommendation when you're looking at this, we think the proper place for this would reside in the Home Rule Charter. If you have the vacancy provisions called out in the charter and they're not including right now an attendance policy, if you put an attendance policy in your rules that has a consequence of that seat being vacant, you risk having a conflict between your rules and your charter provisions. And again, the charter provisions should govern on all of these aspects. They are, if you will, the constitution of the town of Telluride on this issue. So we think the proper place, if you're going to be considering this, is in a charter amendment. A couple background principles on charter amendments. You probably know this, but they have to receive electorate approval, voter approval. We currently do have a municipal election, regular municipal election scheduled for November 4th. So the timing on this would work just fine if you can proceed forward. And remember that to get something to a charter amendment process, you need to pass it by ordinance, 2 readings of an ordinance. We could have this ready for timing on July 1st and July 22nd. At the very last, your final option to get this certified for the council meeting that you have on schedule right now is August 12th. It's the last regularly scheduled council meeting before ballot certification. You can, of course, do special meetings. We do see that happen before the early September deadline, but our suggestion is you try to keep this to the current timeline that you have. 3 meetings now after this one that could get you to a charter amendment. So just briefly, I provided to you a memorandum. You can find that memorandum in your packet starting at page 9. And I went through about 9 to 10 examples around the state of Colorado. There likely are more. I just pulled up about 20 or 30 looked through and found 9 to 10 where you'd see a clear attendance policy embedded in a home rule charter already. So looking at some of those, we have come up with some questions for you to consider. Want to go back a little bit. I provided to you the vacancy provisions of a town council member found at section 3.5. There are similar vacancy provisions for the mayor. Mayor is a distinct seat, even though the mayor's seat is part of the town council, if you will. But if you're looking to make this change, one of our threshold questions to you is, do you want it to be an attendance policy for council members and the mayor? And if you do, then you would have two separate charter provisions, likely one at section 3.5 and the other at section 5.5 of the charter. So threshold issue, something to discuss, and I'll keep these up as we go through your discussion. The other question I had for you is, do you want to have it be an automatic vacancy? And by that, I mean, upon the occurrence of the event, there is no discretion. And that's the Louisville example. 7 absences, doesn't matter if you felt that those were excused absences from a council point of view, or if there was a legitimate reason for those absences. Upon the 7th absence, automatically the vacancy occurs. There's no discretion at all. The contrast to that, there are a number of jurisdictions that have built in either it's a cause for removal, meaning that it could be a basis for the removal of that council member, or there's another provision or a number of other provisions that say, yes, it is a trigger for the removal, but council could excuse the absences in a public meeting. So something else to consider on that. And then what I did is I went through a number of examples and said, well, you need to have a standard here. And the standard usually involves some number of meetings that are missed or absences over a consecutive period of time, or sometimes it's phrased as both. The last example that I've put up on the board here is Newcastle missing 4 consecutive regular or failure to attend at least 75% in a 12-month period of time. So something to consider. The third element here is, what is that trigger? What is the number, if you will, of absences or inactivity from a council member that would result in the trigger causing either the removal or the cause for removal, if you will, the reason that a removal could occur. So I think that's enough background to get this started. You're familiar with some of these concepts because we had a discussion at the meeting on April 1st, but I was able to find some more concrete examples from that meeting that I thought I would bring to your attention. And if anyone ever wants to see the actual charter provisions, what I did is I excerpted those provisions into that memorandum. But if you need to see them in context with the other vacancy provisions that are there, it's actually very interesting. A number of home rule charters were all drafted in a similar time period of the 70s and the 80s. And it's pretty amazing how many actually have those standard 5 that we have: recall, death, incapacitated, failure to live in the jurisdiction. And then some of them add the additional attendance policy requirement. So happy to answer any questions and try to facilitate your discussion on this, Mayor.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much. Since I kind of brought this issue to get to the work session place, the first question I would like to ask of council is, are we happy with moving forward with this discussion?
Mhm.
Yes. Great. So seeing that, we can open it up for discussion and or questions for Kevin. Personally, for me, part of the concerns Kevin brought up, one is mayor and council. I would think that the same policies for each would be fine. And if the mayor wanted to be a little bit of a stronger position, maybe that's okay because of the figurehead of the position of mayor. That's fine with me. So think about that as we discuss it. And then which, either combination of those examples or what thought process those examples. Personally, for me, I like the ones that are tighter, miss 2 consecutive regular meetings, without an excused absence, or, miss failure to at least 75% of the regular meetings in 12 months. I could give up a little bit of that. I would like to see the attendance at least be more than 50%. But I will start the discussion with that. And Ashley had her hand up first.
I'll just throw in, based on the information that we've been given, kind of my opinions. so far. I agree. I think it should apply to both council and the mayor. I think that whatever terms we decide, I don't see why we wouldn't apply it to both.
Be the same.
Yeah, and be the same.
Okay.
That's just my opinion, just for ease. And just everyone should be held to the same standard. And then, Kevin talked about, whether or not these should be like, really set things where if something happens, then you are removed, or if it should be left up to the council to, deliberate, or maybe they're excused or whatever. My personal opinion is that, even if somebody has a valid reason for not being here, if they're not being here and not participating, they're not helping anybody. They're not helping the council. They're not helping the community. Whether or not those are good reasons to not be here, I kind of feel like maybe, if there is something going on in your life that's prohibiting you, then this shouldn't be your focus, and you should be focusing on that, and that we should get somebody else in the position. So my personal opinion is that it should just be a straight, clear, whatever we decide, if it's a percentage or a certain number that are missed, that it's just you have to be stepped down. It's not subject to, opinions, or you're going to come in and argue and give excuses or whatever. Again, my feeling being that even if there are valid reasons for not being here, that doesn't negate the need for people to be here and stuff like that. So that's my personal opinion. I agree. I think that with Teddy about, I would like to see that it, whether it's a percentage or whatever, that it's at least, I would like more than 50% in a year.
Just to add on that before we go to Dan, because his hand's up, and then we'll go hear from Elena, is that, think about, if you decide to give exceptions, excuses, that those are done at that time, not at request of a council member at what council decides, if we want to discuss it. And if not, it's automatic. But I think it's important to have it just, the number's a number. And if you
Yeah.
hit that number, you're gone. Because
I
what
agree.
I don't want to happen is a non-productive discussion where people are in the room fighting for a council person, fighting against the council person, and the council fighting because you missed a lot of meetings. It's automatic. You knew it and you didn't prepare for it. If we decide that if council member A says, here's a medical note and this and that, and I really want to stay a part of this, but I need kind of a couple months leeway or something, we can say no, or we can say, sure, we'll let those be excused and not count for it. We can choose to do that. But I'll leave it at that and go. I asked Dan first, and then we'll go to Elena.
And that's actually a good jumping off point for some of what I wanted to discuss. So I'll just carry that thought a little bit further, because you are striking on the balance we need to hit a little bit of. I agree that I think there should be a set limit that you've crossed that threshold, and then there's this consequence without having to get into sort of a more ugly fight. And part of the reason I believe we are here is because the recourse we have, which is recall, a recall election, hasn't been undertaken when there's been some egregious examples of absenteeism for this current council. And so we could opine on why that isn't happening, but I think all of us here are seeing the need for a more firm border. But with that, we don't want to be too stringent, of course, because life happens and there might be some somewhat unforeseen circumstance. So being a little more generous with that limit, but making it a harder line, I think is how I'm viewing it. Of you cross this threshold, then okay, then you're out. I agree with Ashley's point that no matter how legitimate your reasons are for missing council meetings, we can understand and sympathize with that. But this job is a responsibility to our constituents. And if for whatever reason you can't show up and uphold that responsibility, that is something that is a failing to our community. And we need to make sure that the people that have been elected by our citizens to this board are here and showing up and doing the work at the bare minimum. That is the bare minimum of this job. It's just showing up. So all of that's to say, I think I'm leaning most towards the Newcastle example of 4 consecutive meetings or failing to meet 75% in the previous 12 months. Seems like a fine place to land mine. I could I could maybe be swayed for a couple other of the examples or a couple other things, but that's sort of my opening position. And then to your question, yes, the mayor should be held to the same standard, in my opinion.
Great.
Thank you.
Eleanor?
Yeah, I'll try to not repeat too much of what's been said. I agree that the mayor should be held to the same standard. For the automatic vacancy or like cause for removal vote, I had flagged the way that Town of Breckenridge had written it, where it's that the seat shall become vacant upon failure to attend unless council votes to retain them. I kind of liked how the default was that it became vacant. But it did still allow for the opportunity for us as a council to decide to make an exception in certain circumstances. I thought that was a good way of handling that, because I do agree. I don't want us to have to make that decision every time. I think there should be just a little bit more of a black and white trigger, but then with a little bit of allowance for a certain situation. Maybe it's a maternity leave. Maybe it's something where we decide it's an excusable absence. And maybe that person is keeping up in other ways. Like obviously we want them at these meetings, but there's also, I think there's a way to have life cause some absentees and still remain engaged and involved. So I like the tiny bit of flexibility. I had also flagged the Newcastle example as my favorite example. So I'll agree with Dan there. It was easier for me to process of elimination these options. And so what I don't like is the 3 consecutive meetings, 2 consecutive meetings, because like to Teddy's point, if you're able to attend every 3rd meeting, you're only here 33% of the time, but you're still not triggering this absentee. So that's why the Newcastle example felt good to me. I would almost say miss 3 consecutive meetings or failure to attend 75% of regular meetings in the 12 months. Like I could be more, oh my God, what's my word?
Generous?
Less generous.
Less generous?
More stringent. There's
Stringent.
my word. More stringent on that.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If you stayed less stringent, like Newcastle, and said, for example, missed 4 consecutive regular meetings or fails to attend, call it 67%, 2/3, would that be okay and not have that provision for the excused? I just don't know if having that opening is healthy for council to discuss, where people can say, oh no, we're good with it, they can stay on.
I really feel like I said, I feel like there are great circumstances where you know, other things in life take priority. But the reality is that I don't think that we should have a discussion about like whether or not it should just be clear. You're either going to do this or you're not going to do it. And if the reality is that the circumstances of your life have made it so that it is hard for you to be here or you're not being here, regardless of what those circumstances are, I still feel like it should just be removal. And because I think, again, even if it's a petition of like, you're removed unless you get people on the council to come, we're going to run into the same thing where people are going to come in or they're going to, you know, show up and say, I want my day in court. And we have this discussion. And again, the reasons might be valid, but the question is are you fulfilling your role? I think that we have been very generous, and I agree 100% with it, with our remote participation and kind of expanding that and allowing for that. And I think that if we didn't have that remote participation option, if we weren't, you know, expanding that and allowing for, you know, now for the participation in executive sessions and stuff like that, then I would say, okay, yeah, we need to be able to like let people like hear about it. But if you're able to still participate, no matter where you have to be and you can carve that time out, I still just feel like it should be just straightforward.
Yeah, Kevin, I have a question for you. If to try to streamline it, and this is just an idea, could you have something along the lines of, if there was an excuse for absence that was thought to be a consideration to not count towards something, that maybe mayor could decide on their own. I just don't, or the mayor and town manager. I mean, my whole point of this is I don't want to get council bogged down into discussing it. And I don't see, if you can't, I mean, I agree with Ashley. If you can't make the meetings online or in person, regardless of the situation, it's a very generous number. Then you also have to have your own self-awareness as that council member to say, I'm not serving my community very well. I should step away.
I've got other things that are more pressing.
I have to deal with this in my life. Geneva.
I generally agree with what people are saying. I think we should go for council and mayor, same rules. I like the Newcastle concept of having one or the other standards that must be met. I think that 3 consecutive meetings makes more sense than 4 because that could stretch out to be 2 months or almost a quarter of the
Mhm.
year. I think that we could solve this what about extenuating circumstances issue by putting language in about like a medical issue, because I feel like that is really what we're getting at. I don't know if like parental leave is a medical issue, but I think there's an argument that it could be a medical issue. But what I think that the way to sum up what everybody's saying about avoiding us or the council deciding is like the politicization.
We know.
Is that the right word? Of like a specific council member of, okay, well, they had a really big business trip that lasted a month and that is a worthwhile reason, but something else wasn't. And I agree that this is a job that people are applying for and they are hired by the community. And if they're unable to execute the job, then they can't do the job. But I do think that if somebody gets in a car accident or
Or
as a
they're-
child or something, with a temporary
Window.
inability to attend meetings, then I think that there should be some room for that. But I don't think, I was on vacation is a good enough reason, especially since we have such a generous remote participation policy, which I think that we've all utilized for work trips and personal trips. And I think that that's also healthy. So, I think 3 consecutive meetings or fails to attend at least. I'm okay with anywhere between 50 and 75% of the meetings. I mean, I would like it to be more than 50%. That's kind of crazy. And I think that if we can call out, unless extenuating medical
hardship.
or that could be evaluated either by the council or, I mean, I don't think it should be like necessarily an in public thing, but
Yeah.
if we mention like, if we somehow address an unexcused absence, call it out as an unexcused absence, and excused absences are qualified by valid medical reasons.
Me and we haven't heard from you.
That's an idea.
Would love your thoughts.
Sure. Sorry, I was just thinking through what Geneva was saying. I think ultimately this isn't a hobby. This is something this is a vow that we all took to the community. And if we are not participating in these meetings, if we're not attending regularly, we're not doing what we have committed to doing. And so I feel really strongly that it needs to be a very strict policy. Like Elena, I also liked Breckenridge's language for the council to kind of adjust as necessary. And I do like the Newcastle model most of all. But again, like what everybody else has said, I think 4 meetings is too many. I would probably say 3, and I would say fails to attend at least 50% of regular meetings. I actually would probably go lower.
That makes it less strict.
Or fails to.
Yeah, it's
attend-
oddly worded, but
Yeah.
fails to attend at least. So in that example, if you're at 66%, you have failed to attend or it's cause for removal. It's oddly worded, but if you read the very bottom of that,
So this one says if you miss more than 25% of the meetings.
Oh, I like that.
you can do it that way too.
It's worded weird.
Yes.
Good wording.
I was like, that is very lenient. But
You can miss 75% of them.
but I think,
That's a C.
I've like gotten,
Cool.
I feel like I sort of was I was inclined to really want it to be able to be a decision that was considered and potentially modified by council based on circumstances. Initially, that's what I thought I was gonna be coming in and sort of advocating for. And I think Ashley has maybe swayed me a little bit, because we do have remote participation, and I think we all juggle a lot of things, whether it's like parenthood or jobs or travel or family health issues or your own health issues. And I think because we've got that remote participation, we can work around almost all of those things, in some form or fashion. So I think I probably still would, I think everyone knows I always like a little out clause in everything so that we aren't completely bound and we can look at things situationally, but I could be convinced to keep it more stringent if the rest of council feels that that's appropriate.
I'm in the middle on that. Stringent is fine. Newcastle adjusted 3 meetings or failed to attend. For me, anywhere between 67% and 75%. But I can definitely be swayed to say a medical hardship, which could probably be pretty loose. Maybe something happens to your partner. Maybe something happens to one of your children. I mean, something happens to one of your parents and you have to go deal with your parents because they're old.
That is what we're
I know. I mean, the problem is that I'm pretty confident that the current council sitting here at this table right now, if they had circumstances like that, would probably step away.
Correct.
And we have to force this issue for the people who won't step away with their problems. And then the one thing I want to add, Kevin, in this, if we agree on this, and if anyone's listening, we will take public comment because it is a work session. Do we have to take the next step with what happens to the vacancy
The charter provisions already address that.
Okay, I
Yep.
just want to make sure.
So there's a whole process for vacancy. And it resides with you.
Okay,
Council.
Appoint someone, right?
Yes, you appoint.
Or we can have a special election.
You can refer to, if there's a special election, or excuse me, if there's a regular election coming shortly after that, sometimes councils can decide that it's so close that they just want to let it go to the election.
As was done recently. As I said before, I could be convinced of slightly different nuances in how we phrase this. I hear the point of having just a firm out or a firm line with no chance for it. If we are going to take that position, then I would really advocate for a more generous limit, keeping it at 4 consecutive meetings and must attend at least 75% of regular meetings. If it is there are going to be no excused absences or extenuating life circumstances that we allow for. I think my preferred regulation would be, yes, we tighten up the limit. So 3 consecutive meetings and 67% must attend 67% of regular meetings within 12 months. And then a provision of the following Breckenridge language of the seat shall become vacant upon failure to attend 3 consecutive or 75 or 67%, or unless an extraordinary majority of the remaining council members. So 5 of remaining 6 vote to keep that person seated. I'm not wording it exactly perfectly, but I think Kevin gets my intention. And I hope you do all as well. That would be the sort of compromise. And again, I think it is a delicate line to walk of we have a hard limit. We make sure that that's enforceable. But I do see, okay, I get horribly injured in a ski accident. 3 months of my life, I'm just in an ER, but I get through it. I'm able to go through it and I'm back at it. I've got another 2 years at my seat. I'm ready to give myself fully to it and I can attend to it. I could imagine a dozen different scenarios that somebody has a very hard quarter of a year, hard little time that I would allow for, as a reasonable person, I could see that. There's other circumstances where there's no end in sight and there's continual absenteeism. No, you're out. So that's what I'm proposing.
Ashley?
I like I wanted to say, I'm gonna say 2 things and I'll be done. I don't think what I'm proposing is what I am promoting is a more stringent rule. It's just a clear rule. I think that we can be, like I said, I think we are being generous and allowing for circumstances to occur. That's not stringent. I'm saying I just want it to be clear. I'm asking for just clarity, and that then there's not like a million questions and all that stuff, that it's just, this is what it is because we have to continue to operate. That being said, I do like Dan's suggestion of the supermajority provision, and I could get behind some some other extenuating circumstance, so long as it's a supermajority of the council that agrees to that.
I could get on board with that if it's the supermajority vote happens at the time of the absence request. I don't want it to happen. Okay, I'd rather keep the automatic provision that you're gone, you're gone. But if, I get in a horrible ski accident,
Because what
I'm
you're
gonna
proposing
message.
is either like excused absences or unexcused absences, is what it sounds like.
Well, it's the same thing. And by supermajority, I could get in a ski accident, and let's say I call Zoe and say, Zoe, man, I got 2 months of a tough road to hoe. I don't think I can make any meetings. Then Zoe, next council meeting, Zoe puts it on the agenda. All right, here's the details of Teddy's accident. He's asked for an excused absence for this. How do we want to handle it, and vote then and there?
Would that just be like part of the consent calendar or something like that? Or how would we,
I think there would have to be a discussion.
a discussion?
So it would.
Yeah.
Do we want to do that?
I don't want to. I want to cut and dry because I don't want to, I don't like calling it waste council's time, but take up council's time.
It feels like we should just wait till it reaches the point of that the infraction is going to cause the person to be removed.
That,
And then we just have that meeting then, rather than trying to do it every single time somebody's absent.
No,
and then
but-
up to 4 times. It sounds like we have to have that discussion every time.
I think if you're going to have that discussion, you're going to know the severity of it. See, what I don't want to happen to council is 10 people in the room for a person, 10 people in the room against it, 2 people on council for them, 4 people against it, and having it take 2 hours of time and people really angry about it. It's like, the rules, here are the rules. If you can't follow them, you're gone. And I'm not trying to sound mean about it, but they're not very hard to make. And again, unless we were here with this one circumstance we're looking at, it's very unlikely that it would ever happen. We just need to have a lever to say we need to move on because there's an empty seat in the room, and that's not what our constituents need.
I think to respond to that, I think you said something that I was going to say. I feel like this is very unlikely to happen. And therefore, if there is a little discussion around it, I'm okay with that. Like the idea of like wasting council's time, I just don't think this is going to come up very much. And I do think this is a big deal. So I kind of like I kind of think it warrants a discussion because it's removing an elected official. So I would kind of like use what you just said to argue in favor of having it go to a supermajority vote. Does that make sense?
When do you want to have the discussion though? That's where I'm,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
where.
I think it's
I'm-
after these things have been triggered. For
So
me,
once they've actually gotten to the point where they've
missed 3
missed the consecutive number of
or
meetings
that
or the percentage, then we just have the discussion
Yeah.
about whether or not, and they could come in and say, here's why, and my medical reason or whatever that I was
Yeah.
unable to
Someone in
attend.
good faith who hit their 3 would be like, I wanted to come, I just couldn't make it. We would have been talking to them, like.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think we have spent another long period of time talking about compensation for this position and talking about how real of a job it is and the time and emotional and social toll it takes on us. And so we should also have commensurate requirements for attendance that
I
go
agree.
along with that. Otherwise, we're total
Yeah.
hypocrites.
And again, if that's something council feels they want to dive into, great. I just, to me, even if it's, to me, the hardest thing is Ashley's first point. If you're not able to be here, even if it's a legitimate reason, that's a disservice to the community. And that's hard for me because ultimately why we're here is to serve the community. And if you can't serve the community, I would step back, right? Like, sorry, I can't do it anymore because of X, Y, and Z. I'm really sorry to put you in this position, but I'd rather have somebody active and engaged fill this position because it's extremely important. So I actually look at it a different way. If it was medical or something like that, I could probably agree to it, but that's the hardest thing. But but why don't we sit on it a little bit? We do have a hand raised.
I just want to go over some numbers with you. So on average, you have 17 regular council meetings per year. So if you were to do the 4 or 75%, that's really 4 or no more than 23.5, like you have to 23.5%. So it's lower on that side where you can only miss 23.5%. So a lot of councils meet every other week. You guys meet every 3 weeks. So I just wanted to put those numbers kind of in perspective. It would be like 4 or 23.5%. Really. Does that make sense? Am I not saying?
Say-
No,
does.
Saying
I understand.
Okay.
four absences is equivalent to missing 23% of our calendar.
That's right.
So it's almost the same.
It's almost the same.
But recognize
It'll
that
be harder to miss 4 consecutive.
Yeah.
That's
I
right.
mean, that's, and not showing up.
That's
I
okay. I
think
thought
missing
it should be
3
3. Yeah.
consecutive
I think
or the 75%, like,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
if you miss 3 in a row, we're bordering on you've missed a quarter of the year or a calendar quarter or whatever. I think that 3 or 75%.
Well, that's what the first
25%.
year of the term for our current council person who was absent was equivalent of missing, or for the first term was equivalent of missing a year of the first term in meetings. So 25% of all the meetings for 4 years.
Mhm.
And it was impactful at that point. It's gotten worse, but is that the right number or should it be less?
Let's hear from the public. We've got a couple hands raised, and then we'll see if we can narrow this down to give Kevin direction. We'll go with Dan Zemke first. Can you unmute Dan, please?
Council, thank you for hearing me. As your
Thanks, Dan.
current town meeting moderator and municipal judge, and also having served as a marijuana licensing officiant, I feel like I have a little bit of expertise here on the importance of attendance and the importance of taking on a role for the community. I appreciate you taking this matter on because rather than address other issues such as parking, I think that this is a bigger issue to be handled. You have been, I don't know, operating with your hands tied behind your back with one person not there, and it's really kind of a shame. The proposed plans that you are raising make sense. I would think that the 3 meetings is a good benchmark. I would also understand and know that this council, since I know many of you individually, would show mercy in important situations, life-threatening situations. I tend to think that Councilperson Enright's idea of a 5-person vote at the time of the infraction or the time that they are being removed is a good way to keep that person on. So I strongly urge you to consider that role. Just as an aside, as your town meeting moderator, there's a reason there hasn't been a town meeting called. And a lot of it has to do with the standards to get that in front of the general public. And those are pretty tough standards. So put those standards in place here. If you're going to sign up and you're going to take on being a member of this community and making change, take it seriously. And sadly, the facts and circumstances of your missing council person have not shown that to be the case. So thank you for taking this on, and I look forward to whatever you may decide. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Can you unmute Doug Tooley, please?
Hey, folks, I will take the opposite position. I don't think a lack of attendance merits removal. This goes to arguments, discussions that often occur around recall elections. And, it is the people that elected the person with their flaws. We all have flaws. And unless there is a finding of malfeasance, of maliciousness in the service of the public, I see no grounds to do this whatsoever. I do see a personal attack on people that are having difficult times. I know the individual whose name is not being mentioned well enough to have some sense of those issues. And, I don't see anything malicious there. We all grow and we learn. And if we're not doing that, and we're looking to blame other people, that is malicious action. Thank you.
Doug, thank you. Tiffany, anybody else with their hands raised? And since there are people in the room, I would say, is anyone here to chime in on this topic? Seeing none, before we try to get direction, Kevin, I have a question for you. If we did the Dan Enright 5 of 6 supermajority, or 5 of 7, or whatever,
5 of 6, I think, yeah.
5 of 6,
Remaining.
because you take the one person out of the vote.
Correct.
Can the council make that decision without opening it? Does it have to be hear the public, hear people online, and turn it into a proper hearing, or does the council have the right to discuss it just internally?
It certainly has to occur in a public meeting. I don't think it's necessarily a public hearing, but it certainly has to be a public meeting. And I think there has to ultimately be a vote. Obviously, if you're going to get to this number and a calculation of it, it has to occur by vote. And typically you would take public comment. And I know that's the concern. So the question is automatic. There's no discretion. There's no controversy. Anytime you institute or include in there an element of an excuse or somehow overlooking or providing for a reason to not have removal, has to be in public. You're going to have to make that determination. And
I
think
knew it'd have to be in
yeah,
public.
okay.
I just didn't know
All right.
if the public had to be allowed to speak.
You don't have to.
I'm just
on it,
worried
unless
about it.
It's a public hearing, but the better protocol usually has been followed
Take it,
that
yeah.
you take public comment.
We have though, I mean, I don't know that I feel that it's appropriate for us to be discussing somebody's personal health in great detail in a public meeting. Is it
That
possible
too.
to have is it possible to have an executive session for discussion and then come outside for another discussion and vote?
So the personnel exception does not allow for discussion of elected officials.
I mean, are we even, I mean, I guess,
So no,
are we even allowed to have that conversation?
but we are not having it.
They are having it.
They are the ones, if they choose to defend themselves and try to explain their their absences, they can say, this is what's going on with my life. This is my situation. They choose to share it. If they don't feel like they could present a convincing case to us, then don't, or if they feel like whatever it is going on in their life is so private, but so monumental, they don't have to share it with us, but then we don't have to keep them on council. And I feel like that's their decision to make at that time.
That's what I'm trying to avoid,
This
but
job requires you to show up, listen, and vote. And if you're not doing those things, you're not doing the job. Period.
And
So
there are
you
other
just get
members of the
removed.
Community that can step up to do that is
Yeah.
my big position. It's like, we have members of our community that want to serve on this commission, that want to serve on the council. And by us not having a clear set line of participate or remove yourself so that others can step forward and do the work, that's my issue. I think that when we run, we make a commitment saying, I am going to be here and show up. There might be circumstances way out of your control that would prevent you from doing that. But ultimately, we have a responsibility to the community and an expectation. I would say, the recall piece is tough in our community because
Absolutely.
we are a small community. And a lot of times people genuinely like the person and don't want to mount a recall election. But the reality is that the job isn't happening. And I feel like that's where we're
That
sitting
option should
right now.
remain.
Okay.
A recall can always happen, no matter what, no matter whatever member of the public wants to mount that, they have every right to do that. I think that it's difficult in a small community. And that's why I feel like a lot of people feel like their hands are tied.
Okay, so let's try to break this down.
Mhm.
So first thing I want to discuss is, are we good with 3 or 4 absences in a row and 75%? Let's just get that out of the way. Are we good with that?
3 consecutive.
3 consecutive?
Or
We're good?
failure to attend at least, and we'll word it maybe I'll present you two options on how you want it worded,
Great.
but the 75% number, got it.
And then, do we want, if we have time, Kevin, do we want to give Kevin some more thought about thinking of a policy that allows for an exemption of it? And then we can have that discussion one more time and then move it forward?
I mean, if
I like
mean-
this.
Kevin, do you feel like you need more direction on that, or can you craft something and we can look at it when we look at language?
Yeah, I heard two options coming up. One was shall be vacant unless an extraordinary majority of town council, and then I would put in paren 5 of the remaining 6 excuses the absence or the absences.
I think. I
Or
want
the other.
one meeting. I don't want to do it every single time we're determining on if this is an excused absence or non-excused absence. It's once the provision is triggered and we're going to have a meeting. It's going to happen. We're going to talk about it. If we're talking about removing a council person, even if it's very clear about what our expectations are, what the expectations are of the job, I think that warrants a actual meeting, even if it takes a while. We're going to have the discussion in public. They can present themselves as to why they need the excuses or whatever and sway us to not remove them. But I do not want to have a discussion every single time somebody is absent, whether or not it's valid or not.
Yeah.
No.
For the record, I would rather have it be a hard, you're out, but with that, I can agree to it as long as it's the super majority
Majority.
plus only if the affected council member requests it.
Requests.
If the council member just doesn't respond, which obviously in the behavior of that could be that result, then it's automatic and not even discussed.
But on that 4th meeting that's missed, that's when they come and they say, here's why I've been gone. Can you please allow me to remain? And we discuss, or we have an item that says, hey, public, this is what's going on. And at that point, we will announce we're taking applications for someone to appoint to replace this position, or we'll have a special election, or we will do this at our next election, but it needs to be addressed on that next meeting.
And if the person just addresses it at that meeting, I think I know where the decision will go. I mean, hopefully it's, whether it's the mayor, whether it's council as a whole, or the town manager or the town attorney, let's hope that person keeps somebody in the loop if they have a legitimate question. Is there any further discussion on this? Kevin, do you have enough?
I think I do have enough, Mayor. So just to recap very quickly, yes, you want to have the first reading of the ordinance come back on July 1st. Yes, the provisions would apply to both the mayor and council members under section 3.5 and 5.5 of the Home Rule Charter. And what I'm hearing is language that would be drafted similar to the Newcastle model, but changing it to 3 consecutive or failure to attend at least 75%. And then adding in that if requested by the council member, there could be an excuse or there could be a reprieve that's granted by an extraordinary majority, i.e. 5 of 6 remaining council members upon the triggering event, something like that. I'll come back with
Okay,
language
great.
that's better on that. But I think I have your guidance.
Everybody cool with that?
Mhm.
Awesome. Thank you, council, for taking the extra time to discuss that. I think it's a pretty important potential charter amendment. That brings us to agenda item 2B, discussion regarding Proposition 123, and we have James Van Hoosier here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico, Town Council, James Van Hooser, Managers Department. So we wanted to bring you a brief update that we're calling Proposition 123 compliance requirements. This falls under your Town Council goals and objectives of efficiently pursuing quality affordable housing opportunities to meet varying income levels. So back in 2022, the Colorado voters approved Proposition 123, which made available approximately $300 million in affordable housing funding from the state through various granting programs administered by DOLA and OEDIT and CHAFA respectively. To be eligible for these funds, jurisdictions had to opt into the program, which Telluride did on July 10th, 2023, we were one of the first jurisdictions to opt in to the program. And then there are two requirements for ongoing funding that any jurisdiction must meet. And that is to meet the appropriate commitment increase of affordable housing units from the submitted baseline, and to demonstrate and codify an expedited review process on affordable housing development projects as applicable to the state statute. So those are the two items I wanted to touch on today. We'll start with meeting an increase in affordable housing units over that 3-year period. Both of these provisions need to be completed by the end of 2026. So based on our baseline of affordable units already in the community, Telluride's commitment was to increase by 12 units by the end of 2026. Very briefly, the state has a specific definition of affordable that could vary from ours. So the definition pursuant to the state is rental housing at or below 60% AMI, or for sale housing at or below 100% AMI. And then there's also the provision that households not be cost burdened, so no more than 30% of its monthly income. So, and there are provisions to ask for higher AMIs to be considered if a jurisdiction submits and has approved a rural resort. What is the specific term? Reclassification. If we were to choose to reclassify one of the, to ask for, to be able to go up to have higher AMIs count within our unit count, one of the prerequisites is to have a housing needs assessment that has been updated within the last 3 years. As this group knows, our 2025 HNA is almost completed. So if this board chooses to direct staff to have to go through that reclassification process, we will have all the tools to do so in the next month.
Yeah, some of the other communities have been going for reclasses. We've been told by the state of 100% AMI or 80% AMI, for example, instead of the 60%. So I think Summit County was coming in on something like that, maybe
Summit County and Frisco are the peer communities that have completed the reclassification process. And we've heard of other similar communities that are intending to, but have not
And they
yet.
were approved on those.
Frisco and Summit County were approved. Yes, those are the two that have gone through the process and completed and been
We
approved.
currently don't have any projects that will be completed by 2026 that would meet the current standards.
So
Is that correct?
Projects, no units within, we believe that we would be able to meet we
Standard of 12.
think we could get there. We've got 65 units that are currently entitled and permitted. So they had to be permitted after the opt-in. So Voodoo wouldn't count, for example. But Kenyon Lands and Tower House, if units within that project met the threshold, would be eligible, as would all of Shandoka Building F. Rehabilitation of existing units also counts. And if you'll recall, there are new units being put into Building F as well. So that's a pool of 65 units that theoretically we could draw from to meet this 12-unit requirement. Again, they would need to hit that 60% AMI threshold or for rental, or 100% AMI threshold for sale, assuming a rural resort reclassification was not sought or approved.
What is your recommendation? I mean, I'm not sure we're there yet, but do you think we should go through a reclassification or not?
I'd like to spend some quality time with the housing needs assessment and see, where the recommendations on that come out if we can meet these requirements on the baseline. I don't think that's a bad thing, but we build a lot of housing and it'd be nice to get credit for it.
Also, when the state evaluates a reclassification request, they look at the recent housing needs assessment and they do some calculations based on where that need profile is relative to AMIs. So just because, let's say Frisco was 100% or 80% does not necessarily mean San Miguel County or Telluride would be able to achieve that same level through a reclass process. They told us that they would really need to take a look at the housing needs assessment before they could tell us what level we could go to.
And we should too, right?
That was my point. Yeah.
Maybe this is getting ahead of ourselves, but if we did achieve a reclassification petition for whatever number that ended up being, does that mean that moving forward as we apply for Prop 123 funds, that we would have different standards that they would be willing to give money for those projects? Or is that, or is the reclassification petition just for qualifying to apply for those monies, but we would stay within the same boundaries that they have for everybody?
As I understand it, the AMI window or the range for Prop 123 funds is different than what this is to comply with the opt-in process. So it's two different AMI levels that they're seeking to attain. So they would like to see these local jurisdictions, in our example, commit to 12 units at certain AMIs. That allows us to be eligible for the Prop 123 monies, which I believe can go up to 140 in rural resort.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and it's that to further caveat that it's specific to the OEDIT programs, which is the Affordable Housing Financing Fund, Land Banking, Concessionary Debt Program, and Equity. So it's not, it would reclassify the whole community for some programs, not all programs.
Okay, Dan, you had a question?
Well, mine was very similar to Geneva's, but just to put a finer point on it, if we get reclassified, if we are approved as a rural resort jurisdiction, is there anything that would preclude us from seeking funds for a 60% AMI or a lower AMI?
Absolutely not.
Project through these fundings?
No.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. My other question was, with these targets, whatever number it is we have to hit, how does that mesh with the town of Telluride's new rental housing restrictions or policies, rental housing policies, where units are not set at an AMI level for that unit? They grow and it might be initially that, but then the unit itself grows and shifts with that person's income.
So we've been taking lots of meetings with the state, asking these, again, these are the questions, right? As far as like digging into the weeds on deep dives and that is a specific question that we had for the DOLA folks. And so any unit that we are going to use as let's just make up a term, let's call them compliance units, like those AMIs would need to stay static. You would not be, I believe you could do some shifting within projects, but we would need a commitment on those units that they are not going to, their affordability target would not rise with.
And
like,
there's one other thing I want to add to that, is that
Sure.
there's two things that the states, they told us that they're checking. One is income verification. There had to be an income verification
Yep.
process, and that the rent of that unit has to stay at that AMI. So it can go up with a annual escalator, CPI and whatnot.
But stay
So-
affordable to the
But they don't
target
qualify
AMIs.
the occupant necessarily in terms of that AMI. What they're seeking to do is make sure that that unit's locked in at a certain rate,
Mhm.
and that we actually qualify based on income. They could be lower than 60%, for example, or they could be higher.
Mhm.
And they could allow to stay in the unit and have their income go up.
And so like the subsidized units in Voodoo, with that, I believe it was a DOLA grant. I forget the exact one, but we have, yes, the subsidized units that are set at an AMI target, but to requalify, you don't necessarily have to stay at that same AMI level in perpetuity.
Right. Yeah. In many ways, our policies are more stringent and are for occupancy than the states. They are really only looking for, is it at that AMI target? Is the occupant not cost burdened? And is there some type of verification process, which we have you know,
Thorough one.
maybe the most thorough in the state. We would certainly qualify on those metrics. But yes, all to say, we're still working through it, as is the state. This is a new program, and we have asked several questions that they don't have answers to yet, and we'll be getting back to us. But
No, I was just
sure,
want to make sure everyone asks appropriate questions and let the public know that we will eventually open up to public comment.
absolutely. My preference would be to finish up any questions on the unit count compliance and then move on to expedited review and then open up to public
Okay,
comment.
great.
I think that's like where the really big, juicy and potentially controversial part of this is for us, especially with Southwest Area Plan and the amount of density that we can put there through zoning and adjusting the entitlement process to be more efficient, I think is something that we all want to occur, but how do we go about that, and what are the standards that the state has for that? I mean, is it
Yes,
just expedited 90-day, is it?
I'd be happy to get into that if
Yes,
if you'd like. One more thought on the unit count compliance. We have not had any permitted since 2023, but it's possible we will have some mitigation units come through in the next 18 months. And any developer required mitigation units would count towards our count as well, as long as they are tier 1.
And that we do a reclass, because right now, tier 1 mitigation units are targeted at 70% AMI, for example. So if we were to do the reclassification.
Well, but 100% for sale and mitigation
Yeah,
are generally for
that's for
sale.
sure.
So
For sale, they do.
depends
For
on what
rent,
the
it depends.
yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
So we'll take that up as they come, but that's another tool in the toolbox. So we had a great meeting with so there's sort of 2 separate teams in the state that are working on the unit compliance piece and the expedited review piece. We had a very productive meeting with the state on Friday, just specifically talking about expedited review, wanting to drill down and understand what does that mean, because that can mean different things for different communities. There's a draft, template resolution that is being circulated that, the state is saying, here's a form that you could just adopt. And if you are already compliant with, if you believe your jurisdiction is already compliant with expedited review processes, here's a resolution you could adopt affirming that. It's still not 100% clear what processes are required and what are exempt from expedited review. For example, subdivisions and annexations are clearly in the state's mind exempt from an expedited review process. A building permit is clearly in the realm of must be subject to a 90-day expedited review process. They had a middle category called
Historic review.
gray area or who know, or we're not sure yet, and things like PUD fell into that. So again, the state hasn't completely made up its mind, which makes it challenging for jurisdictions to. However, it is what things that are clear is that it's per application. It's not per process must finish a 90-day review process. So that that would be.
That is important to clarify.
At the
It's just
very
for the public
important-
of,
Right.
I want to build this building 90 days later, you must break ground. That is not what we're talking about here, just to clarify. Sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah. So yeah, exactly. So that would be that was our, I don't want to say fear, but concerns like that would be literally impossible to go from application to building permit in 90 days or.
You give us an idea of in the past 5 years or so, how long of a process for us, the P and Z process and the HARC process, and the building permit process are for our projects?
Okay, so for the larger projects, HARC and the P and Z run concurrent. So those entitlement processes have lasted up to 8 months, maybe a little bit longer. But for projects such as the Shandoka remodels, well, that's month and a half or maybe 2 months with the review process. But add another month and a half for full building permit. Although what we typically do is go for site prep permits that allow us to do some site work and excavations while they're reviewing the building permit. So full building permits usually a month and a half after that, sometimes a little bit longer.
And we don't really see a bottleneck at the building permit.
We certainly don't. Lots of jurisdictions, especially larger communities, have these bottlenecks at the administrative review stage. So it's not uncommon for City of Denver to take over 3 months to issue a full building permit. We do not run into that issue. So truly what we are working through, it's, it almost comes down to noticing requirements and space on agendas as far as our processes. And I was remiss, I should have mentioned at the beginning, we already have informal policies expediting affordable housing projects. It tends to be town projects. However, this grace would be extended to any private developer who's interested in developing affordable housing, where in the prioritization on HARC and P&Z agendas specifically. And that's required by the state and something we already do, but would be looking to codify in a, in a specific manner. Interestingly, the law specifically says that jurisdictions can exempt themselves from the expedited review process, and that any developer may opt out of the expedited review process should they choose to.
Yeah, and so a lot of, they also put a limit in there that said that, for purposes of an affordable housing project, what does that mean? In their draft resolution, they had indicated 50% of the project is deed restricted housing. So in many ways, if we follow the, if we follow this draft resolution approach, it could be that the town project would just go through the normal process. This wouldn't require an expedited review for town projects. It would allow for one, and would also allow a developer that wanted to come forward with a housing project to say, yes, we want the expedited review. You have to review it this fast. Or they could say, we don't want to do the expedited review, and they would just go through the normal process. It's more of having this expedited review process on the books allows you to be eligible to apply for grant, Prop 123 funds.
Correct.
So we should probably have it, because it sounds like it's pretty open-ended for what you choose to do. I mean, it's
For
hard-
town projects specifically, and again, the law is very broad and vague because it had to be written to work for all communities in the state of Colorado. So, and that's part of the challenges with the state administering it as well. We wouldn't necessarily have to exempt ourselves from the expedited review processes, but the way the law is written, it does not require the jurisdiction to follow that. Think of I believe it was more written for, we are trying to think about communities where people are doing tax housing tax credits and LIHTC deals, or where there are developers that are filling in that gap and doing affordable housing projects. We don't see that here, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen in larger communities. So, and
The way that I'm imagining this, and I think sometimes it helps to clarify maybe for listening folks also, the way that I'm imagining it is like, if we choose to do this, we're essentially going to build an express lane along the side of our, building highway. And the express lane is specifically for these type of deed restricted projects.
Mhm.
There's nothing that says you have to get into the express lane if our system is working and we don't feel like we need to leapfrog or anything like that. You
Right.
don't have to drive in the express lane, but the express lane exists there for projects if they choose, whether we choose it or private.
I think
chooses
that's
to
a
use that
fair
express lane.
metaphor. Currently, we have no non-town drivers that are looking for an express lane, but I'd love for them to show up.
And they should have an express lane if they actually want to do housing.
Right, if they're coming forward with a proposal, be great to expedite it, but
Yes,
we
absolutely.
there's nothing that, forces anybody to drive in there if they don't want to.
That
or-
is accurate.
Or forces us to say, we're gonna accept this and now we are just gonna bulldoze everything and we're not gonna, go in front of these different organizations in the regular manner that we've been doing it. Is that kind of correct?
Yes.
Any other questions? And then is there a certain direction to offer that flexibility, like especially for the listening public, like this is what we want to do and we kind of bless it, right? Like having that reclass?
Staff's recommendation, can another important part of opting in and doing these compliance measures is if, let's say, we chose not to do these things, then it's not just projects within the town that would not be eligible for these fundings. Our individual community members would no longer be eligible for programs such as down payment assistance, such as I'm sorry, I don't know all the programs off the top of my head, but there are
We should do it.
We should do it.
It is our recommendation that we continue to be in the Prop 123 program, which requires these two things.
Right.
And beyond that, we will come to you in the near future with some recommendations and proposals on specifically how the expedited review process should work. If there are land use code amendments needed, we will work hand in glove with the planning department to make sure that is, everything is.
And that would probably
Great.
be
Yeah.
late summer, fall. There's,
Yeah.
there's no real urgency on this, but we do have to meet our deadlines by next year. Also, we have been in communication with the county staff about this to let them know, that we're jumping into this, and they're also doing the same thing. So we're going to coordinate with them to the extent possible on what our processes look like.
And
Okay.
although the deadline is December 31st, 2026, there is an incentive of, I believe, a $50,000 grant if your expedited process is adopted prior to December 31st, 2025. That is our goal.
If we can do it, might as well take the money. Since it is a work session, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anyone with their hands raised? Any other questions? I think we're pretty aligned with giving them the direction to move forward. Great.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Doug
Doug
Dooley.
Dooley.
Oh, Doug, you can unmute Doug. We'll squeeze him in.
You're unmuted.
Mr. Dooley, you're unmuted whenever you're still there.
Yep, you're there, Doug.
Yes, my apologies. When you're calling for public testimony, you do that very quickly. So a little bit of time for those of us online would be appreciated. And I just want to accept the point that you always have the option of reducing the AMI. And I look forward to that discussion in the context of the affordable housing assessment, which is now 6 months late. Just as a point of information, it does look like the county may have some issues with this. That would include the determination of their essential services housing down in Deep Creek and by the sheriff's office. We'll see how that plays out. But c'est la vie. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Tiffany, anybody else online? Seeing none, unless there's any other further discussion from council. Lance and James, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That brings us to work session item 2C, discussion regarding a memorandum of understanding between Town of Telluride, Town of Mountain Village, and San Miguel County for a wastewater authority. And we have Zoe and Kevin to present.
Yeah, I'll get us started with a bit of an introduction, then I'll pass it over to Kevin to discuss the MOU in more detail. At an earlier work session with the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners, so the BOCC, they formally requested a memorandum of understanding, an MOU between San Miguel County, the Town of Telluride, and the Town of Mountain Village regarding the development of a new regional wastewater treatment plant proposed to be relocated or located in unincorporated San Miguel County. This request obviously follows increasingly regional collaboration and coordination efforts to ensure a long-term solution for a regional wastewater treatment plant.
That said, the county emphasized that while it is a key regional stakeholder and regulatory partner, it does not anticipate sharing it equally in the capital or ongoing operational costs for the future regional wastewater treatment plant. Instead, the county is seeking support to support the land use, permitting, potential funding partnerships, while deferring system ownership and primary financing to the town of Telluride and the town Mountain Village. The county has also indicated that it will not finalize its own MOU called what we'll call the Alexander MOU with the town of Mountain Village and the Alexander family, which is needed to complete the subdivision of the regional wastewater treatment plant site and related land exchanges. So until the MOU in discussion today regarding the sewer authority and the regional wastewater treatment plant is developed and in place between Telluride, Mountain Village, and the county, the Alexander MOU is not going to move forward. This is preferred to have in place to clean up a number of county and Alexander related issues that would also create the 5-acre wastewater treatment plant parcel out at the Valley Placer. Just a little bit more background. So offering some historical context and current planning efforts and staff recommendations. We'll kind of go through this discussion. So just as a reminder of a history of our existing wastewater facility, since 1985, the town of Telluride has owned and operated the Telluride Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant and initially shared operational capacity with the then Mountain Village Metropolitan District. So since then, a series of intergovernmental agreements, about 5 or so, leading up to 2012, where we now, the town of Mountain Village, has acquired 15% ownership stake in the plant and now contributes 35% of operational and maintenance costs, and Telluride covering this remaining 65% is where we are today. And this breakdown is also an allocation of capacity and service for the Telluride Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant between the two municipalities. Our facility today, the Telluride plant, serves Telluride, Mountain Village, Lawson Hill, El Tesoro, Brown Homestead, Gold King, Eider Creek, and Hillside, and was constructed to process up to 2.1 million gallons per day, or MGD, and is under physical and regulatory conditions. So this is why we are now considering our regional wastewater treatment plant at this new site. Again, we've gone through many different iterations to get us here today. The current site sees severe site constraints, CDPHE regulatory pressures. Our plant relies on aging infrastructure and limited backup systems. Escalating cost of upgrading this existing facility to meet the 2047 demand is exceeding nearly 133 million. And with that, we still have issues with growth and septic management. So that is why, after looking at many different sites, the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride have identified the 5-acre parcel in Ilium Valley, currently under contract by the Mountain Village as the preferred location for our regional wastewater treatment plant. This site was stood out for its feasibility, accessibility, and alignment with the long-term regional infrastructure goals. It really offers a continuation of service, so a new facility can be built while the existing one still remains in place. Lower development costs, scalability, modern compliance, and regional utility access. So with that, and understanding our partnership with the town of Mountain Village, we all agreed, Mountain Village and Telluride, to come up with a jointly managed solution. And we executed on August 15th, 2024, committing to a new regional wastewater treatment plant and the creation of a joint wastewater authority. The 2024 MOU outlined continued site due diligence by Mountain Village, that they would work through the county land use approvals and that we have a commitment to finalize an agreement to form a regional wastewater authority and have that intent for the new authority to govern, own, and operate the regional wastewater treatment plant. Again, this is an MOU. We are still working with the town of Mountain Village to draft the wastewater authority creation agreement, and we've used the guidance of legal counsel, outside legal counsel. And this right now is looking at government structure, the capital cost allocations, credits for land acquisition and pre-development expenses, looking at flow and capacity planning for current and future growth, the transition of our staff. Obviously, this will be a change for Mountain Telluride, who is the one that has the staff and operates the enterprise fund for our current plant, and looking at the future expansion and onboarding of the new service, among other things within that document. We understand that this document is subject to greater certainty around engineering, site feasibility, transition plan, and financial modeling, and is expected that whatever agreement we come to in the near future will most likely require future amendments as project data evolves. With that, I'll pass it over to you, Kevin, to discuss where we are with the county and the MOU.
Thank you. I think I'll just jump right into this and provide a little more background. I think the first time we heard from the county on this issue was following an April BOCC meeting. And originally there was a request for what I think was termed full and co-equal representation by the county on the authority, the wastewater authority board. That was modified by correspondence that we received. And I think also town council here in Telluride, town council up in Town of Mountain Village was copied on correspondence dated May 16th from San Miguel County, indicating a number of changes to that initial position, but basically asking for an advisory seat that the MOU or the IGA, whichever would be the instrument of preference, also address things like rates, receiving of septage, some other provisions that we'll go through in detail right now. Most recently, and I'll draw your attention specifically to that. By the way, that May 16th correspondence you'll find at page 23 of your council packet materials. But then it's been subsequently modified, and we've had very productive discussions, I think, between Town of Mountain Village, Town of Telluride, and San Miguel County, principally among the legal counsel representing all three entities, as to a revised or red line MOU. You'll find that revised MOU at page 37 of your council packet. It's dated, was dated as a draft May 28th. So just last week, basically, we started working through and I think coming to a close consensus on a number of issues. I think the remaining issues that bear some discussion by town council today, and this is in work session format, we're not ready to approve anything yet, are found at page 39 of your packet materials, specifically the provisions at section 3. And those relate to language that's been inserted that would require equal treatment among deed restricted property, whether it's in the county or in the town of Mountain Village or the town of Telluride. I think that's an issue that council should consider in some degree today. There are differences, we think, between deed restricted property located in the unincorporated portions of the county that do not have price cap restrictions, that have certainly different qualification standards for ownership or occupancy of county or unincorporated areas, and those deed restricted units, as compared to the town of Telluride, which has, I think, a bit more robust in qualification standards in terms of income, asset limitations, where you earn your income or earned income provisions, and then also, most importantly, the price cap provisions that we have principally in the town of Telluride that are not necessarily followed by other jurisdictions. So treatment of deed restricted units in the town for price cap units might not be necessarily a similarly situated provision for unincorporated deed restricted units that don't enjoy price caps. And in fact, we've seen a fairly significant increase in some of those unit prices, going up quite at variance to what the deed restricted units in the town of Telluride are. That's one topic for your consideration today, and one area that I think we haven't been able to resolve that language, again, in section 3 of the draft MOU. The other is on the limits of the MOU. That's found in section 6. That's also on page 39 of your packet materials at the very bottom. And there was some language in there that we, and I think the town of Mountain Village, felt should be included, that the ability to enforce provisions of the MOU was really quite limited, and recognizing or putting a caveat in there that it was a limited ability to enforce provisions against a new authority that hasn't been formed, and if it is formed, would be a separate governmental entity under Colorado law. So we had included some language in there recognizing that that limitation or that caveat. That was removed by the county. I think we've been able to talk briefly among the legal counsel about what language might be acceptable there. And I think we could probably arrive at an acceptable solution among the legal counsel on that issue. But that's an area that you also might give some of your attention to. I don't plan to go through all the other detailed provisions. A number of these you know about, but if you have questions on, we could certainly look at section 2, which is septage and receipt of septage at the new facility. That language is, I think, rather aspirational, but it's certainly a clear intent of the new facility that the design of that new plant would be intended to accept that septage. So that is the example of when someone has their septic tank pumped out and they don't have any other way of getting that taken care of on their own. They have to send it to a receiving site, and a receiving site under Colorado law that's licensed to accept that. That's the concern, or that's the demand, if you will, of what we're looking at in section 2 septage. And we recognize that there is a clear need for that in the unincorporated portion of the county, majority of which are on sewer plants, septic tanks, and not tied into a wastewater treatment facility directly. So I think that's it for now. Happy to go through any of these other provisions that warrant your consideration, but I think you have a lot of background on this with all the discussion that's occurred. And I know a number of you have attended the relevant BOCC and also Town and Mountain Village discussions on this authority MOU.
Great. Zoe and Kevin, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Zoe or Kevin's presentation of this agenda item?
No question.
Might be best for us to address item by item. I think that's probably the best way to go. And the way I'll start that is, I think it's probably best to start with the deed restriction discussion. In item number 3, but before we start that, I want to give everyone the opportunity if there's something above that item 1 or item 2 that you'd want to discuss. If not, we'll go to number 3, rates and fees. Everyone good with that?
Sure.
Great. So, I'll start it since no one's dying to jump in. But certainly, for me, having, a separate rate like currently the town of Telluride does for its deed restricted owners is extremely important. But moving forward to a new wastewater authority and wastewater treatment plant, certainly of my opinion that having a same discount across all deed restricted owners might not be fair. For example, we know that there are properties that are deed restricted that are not valued, but will trade or sell in excess of $2 million. And should that person be getting a similar discount to somebody who's price capped, as our council mentioned, that maybe having a harder time to meet ends based on their qualifications that are different within the town of Telluride. So certainly I'm all for it, but I think there has to be different, classifications of what that might be, or a limit of where that could be considered.
And to that point, I think we want to ensure that our working community here can thrive. And I do agree with this conceptually. However, I do believe that the language that is in this agreement now, which states that it will be equally applied to the same classes of users, doesn't get to Teddy's intent, and I don't think gets to the intent that we as a region would like to see. And so I would prefer to see something along the lines of language that says we endeavor to create a policy for deed restricted rates to be established by the authority.
Great.
Yeah, I don't need to add on too much. I think there's broad agreement that we see our community not just as the town of Telluride, but as a region. We have a desire to lessen impacts on all that call Telluride home. But in the end, in the practicalities of, okay, how is this just paid for, and how do we make sure that this is done responsibly? Those are serious questions that we just, it's going to take a time and a process to get to some of those answers. And I just don't think we're there yet. So I think, like me and saying, yes, conceptually, making sure that we account for some of these people and make sure that all the locals of the Telluride region, and I take a very broad view of that phrase, are taken care of. But there is nuance in this. As we were just discussing with the last agenda item, the definition of what a deed restriction is has such great variability on it, not only between Telluride and the state, but Telluride and Mountain Village and Telluride and the county. What is equitable within there is a tricky question that there will be need for a fine understanding and fine analysis before we can get to an exact answer of how that looks. So I think broadly speaking, yes, favorably trying to take care of those our workers in the region in deed restricted homes. But since we're not talking apples to apples here, committing to something preemptively seems just a little premature, but I'm on board with a broader set of language for this clause.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any other comments on this one aspect for deed restriction?
I agree with what has been said and the sentiment of that we don't want to be as, maybe narrowly focused on a, like Dan said, apples to apples comparison, but that the intention is there to address, the broader community deed restrictions and what those look like. So I agree with what's been said by all parties that have spoken.
Great. Do either?
Yeah, I'm in
Okay.
agreement. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, let's keep moving along. Seems that we're pretty good with the seat on the sewer authority item, the county partnership item. Does anybody have any questions on number 6, limitations of the MOU? Or are we comfortable with our advisement on that? Any further questions or discussion on that, council? Okay. Assignment and number 8, the appropriation seemed pretty good. That brings us to 9, which is termination. It seems that, there was a change to request that it would be more of a binding agreement instead of having any party with the ability to terminate within 30 days notice, and that you would need mutual consent among the 3 entities to terminate the MOU. Would love to get our thoughts on, what we think about, the rewording of that termination clause and having that be more binding. And if we like it, don't like it, thoughts, changes.
I would like to see that there is a date certain provision for termination if we do not reach an agreement on the authority itself. So I'd like to just have there be a date set in time with plenty of room for us to negotiate. But since this agreement will terminate at the when the authority is formed, I would like to just also have a point when this agreement will terminate if an authority is not formed.
Okay. I think I like it. Does anybody agree, disagree with Mian's thoughts? Good.
Fine either way.
And we'll look to Kevin on a date, 2 years, 3 years.
I was looking to council for a date.
Okay.
Your suggestion.
I'm good with
but I
2
think
years
that's
or 3
appropriate.
years.
I think 3 years, I think the intention is that, with what Mian said is that the authority is formed and then this memorandum of understanding is terminated. That's the reason why it gets terminated. But I also think that, if it feels like this is becoming arduous, that there is just an end date in it, I don't see an issue with that at all. I would say 3 years is probably.
We good with 3?
Yeah, like a long runway.
I think that makes sense, and I think it's important to have some. We all feel urgent about this issue, but and that should be reflected in our agreements as well.
Yeah, that we're not just,
We can't dilly
we're not
dally.
gonna just
About it later.
talk about it, push it down the road.
We need
There
to
is
get to some
eminence.
decisions and moving forward with the steps of the process. So I think that this helps with that.
Great. Any other thoughts or comments on that, Kevin?
And just to be clear, I think that would be in the last sentence there. This is talking about the instances of termination. Alternatively, if the towns fail to reach an agreement on the authority formation by, let's just say July 1st, 2028,
Great.
and ultimately abandon their plans to create a sewer authority, this MOU will become null and void. Sound good?
That sounds great.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, I did move quickly through the first items. We're good with septage and anything else on that before I open up to public comment? Any other concerns on the document?
I think all of us would agree that, you know, septage is something that we would definitely want in the new facility. And I just want to say too, that the septic is not just for, people who specifically have septic systems. It also will, as it says in this, and if you don't have it pulled up, you know, festivals, RVs, things like that. So, that obviously for the town of Telluride is something that is also something that we would like to have as well. So it's not just septic systems, it's this broader term. And I just think that that is beneficial to regional partners, not just unincorporated septic systems.
Great. Dan?
To bring us back slightly on to clause 6 of limitations of MOU, the phrase that was redlined out, this MOU cannot bind the authority, the end of that sentence. I'm fine with bringing that back in, but it goes a little bit unsaid because I think whether or not that clause is in there, that fact remains true. But I like just saying things, so I wouldn't mind that going back in to make sure that that's abundantly clear to all parties. But don't need to die on the hill either. But I would say we reinsert that sentence. This MOU cannot bind the authority, which is a separate legal entity not yet formed. However, the recognizing that the towns appoint representatives to the authority, comma, etc. That one at that point. That's my opinion. Open to a discussion for it.
I agree with Dan. I think that there does need to be clarity in this clause that there is intent and a desire to move forward to agree to all of this, but this cannot be binding on a separate entity. And it's not, from my perspective, a legal argument. It is a question of whether or not we would be fiscally responsible to be binding another entity or our constituency to something that that we don't really have full answers and full information to do so quite yet.
I'm good with that. Everyone good with that?
Sounds good.
Okay. Any other concerns or questions or discussion before we open up to public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this? Lance, please step up to one of the 3 microphones.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us and thanks for having this discussion. As I listened to your discussion,
Excuse me 1 second. I just want to point out this is Lance Waring.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm not unaccustomed to being on this side of the microphone. My name is Lance Waring. I'm one of the 3 San Miguel County Commissioners, and thank you for having me today.
That's who you are.
That's who I am. As I was listening to your discussion, I was really reminded of similar discussions we've had at our meetings, trying to pursue this somewhat chicken and egg process. And I think that we've been having a hard time unsnarling the mutual desire to get this project done, and yet have some assurance from our county side that the right-of-ways that we're going to be giving up for the Alexander MOU are perpetual, and the question of actually building the wastewater treatment plant is still to be confirmed. We know we want to do it, but we haven't yet gotten all the pieces in place to know that it's going to happen for certain sure. So it's difficult for us, for the county, to sign away with the Alexanders and yet not quite be clear on whether or not our county residents are going to end up tying into a new wastewater treatment plant, and if so, at what cost. The biggest concern that I think I heard all of us discussing is the rates. And where we started was equal, and where we have realized that we are in alignment, I think, at least I can only speak for me and not for my whole board, is that it isn't apples and apples, it is apples and oranges because of the price cap difference. And I don't think that this is the meeting where we work out that exact language, but I will share my concern that I'd like for us to consider when we have that conversation. And that is a resident in Lawson, perhaps on a fixed income, who isn't able to absorb a significant increase in their wastewater treatment rates without having to either starve or move. And so when we get to that point in the discussion, I think we can find some way, and it might be tied to AMI, to protect that class of owner that is on a lower end of the economic spectrum and doesn't have the ability to climb up and add more to their income. Dan, do you want to talk back and forth, or how do you want to do this, Teddy?
Well, I just want to say that that's, certainly it's not our intention of council to make somebody starve or move.
Yeah. I
It's
think
just
we're in
that
agreement there.
it's just that we just don't have enough information at this time. It's, you like to call it the chicken or the egg. There is no chicken or the egg. The wastewater authority agreement has to happen first. And there's just lots of moving questions along the way, which is why we're here with the MOU to get an understanding of what our philosophies
I think
are.
what, from my perspective, what I would love to see is, I mean, just as when we were at the county meeting, Lance is a member of the public, so why don't we let you finish your thoughts and then we can bring it back to council afterwards.
Okay. I'll set the rates part aside now because I feel like we all agree we want to talk about that more and that our intentions are the same, but that difficulty of the limits on the MOU and the termination of the MOU is related to the rates in that we may be able to all kind of shake hands and say, yes, we intend to work this out and we're going to do it later because we've got some very specific time deadlines that we want to all meet. But to have an MOU that doesn't have enforceability is really not going to help our side feel good about signing away with the Alexander's MOU, nor will it make my board and me feel good about signing on to an MOU that has aspirational goals for protecting our lower income deed restricted residents. If that MOU itself is easily terminated or has limits that don't give it any actual enforceability. So that's the last part that I think we need to come together on, is how to give us some assurance that when the county gives up those rights and roadways to the Alexanders, that the agreement that we've all agreed to in principle is binding enough that we're comfortable that we've done the right thing for our constituents and for the county. Do you understand that nexus?
By definition, MOUs are not binding, has been my understanding.
I understand that they're not a contract. I also understand that if you put the words in that this can be terminated by either party within 30 days, that it becomes, and that's changed. That language is now gone.
And let's let Lance finish and then we'll discuss, as
Yeah.
Meehan pointed out.
Almost
That's okay.
done.
Yeah, because we'll.
At any rate, I don't have the language in front of me that you have in your packet to see where the limits finally ended up. And maybe Kevin could just read that portion to me and assure me that we are kind of moving together on making an MOU, which I agree is not as binding as a contract, still be something that we all are into and stay into without one party being able to leap from. Can you help me with that, Kevin?
Yeah, I'd be happy
But
to.
I'd still like him to finish everything.
I think I'm done.
Okay.
Thanks, Teddy.
Right.
Then
Okay.
I would love to have some conversation with the county here, because I think this is a great opportunity
Yeah.
for us. So I would really love to
Then we're gonna do that.
It doesn't feel like we're in public
we're-
comment, I guess is what I'm.
yeah, that's
I-
right.
I would-
Yeah, I don't
Be in
think
public
Mr.
comment
Waring
or
is
not?
public. I think he is a county commissioner. that
Right,
we
it's
need
a,
to talk to.
it's a little bit of a gray area, so
Yeah.
what, certainly I would like to do, obviously, he's a BOCC, plus he's here as the member of the public as well. I think, he's made his comments, and although we don't typically address public comments, it's a little bit different in this circumstance, and I'd love to, I don't want to go back and forth, I just want to be able to discuss his comments.
I think the other, if we are gonna kind of take that stance though, and if this is going to be an open conversation, then we probably need to invite Mountain Village up as well into the conversation, so we're not having duplicative conversations back and forth. Cause this is, I mean.
Right, and that's why I think we can discuss it, but I don't want this to be a back and forth.
Right.
Do you want me
It's
to
just-
go back to sitting?
Sure.
Okay.
And thank you, Lance. We
Sure.
appreciate it. And so I think Kevin will kind of go in reverse. His first question was the binding issue. I thought we were pretty well.
We do have one more public comment.
Okay. Do we want to discuss those concerns first or go to the other public comment? What do we think?
Let's actually just do public comment.
And then come back,
That's
and
great.
then if we want to bring somebody back in and have that conversation, I just think that
Sure.
we need to
that's
follow a specific protocol.
Perfect. Is there anybody in the room for public comment, please?
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go, I always go room first,
No,
then online. Whatever microphone, they all should be working, wherever you're most comfortable.
Not whatever.
Thank you, Michelle Haynes, the Assistant Town Manager of the Town of Mountain Village. I'm just going to make a few broad comments that I appreciate that this is a conversation, however complex, that the region is having, because it's extremely important. And the first time I heard about CDPHE requirements is when I came back to work for the town of Telluride in 2010. So understand that these have been on the radar for a long time, and they're hard issues and they're complicated issues. And I guess, I think that's all I really want to say. There's a lot of details. I appreciate everybody wanting to get up to speed around the issue. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. Anybody else in the room for public comment on this issue? Seeing none, we can go online. I know Mr. Tooley's hand is raised. You
Hi,
can
folks.
unmute.
Thank you very much. I just did a quick search to get myself some dates on the process. And on Google, there's a March 19th posting on Engage Telluride, your planning public involvement website, and that link no longer exists. And I see no information on the wastewater treatment plant project on that site at this time. It is my recollection that under Mayor Murphy, this process began. And, the alternative of a Down Valley site has been put on the table for since that time, and has been routinely ignored. I have substantial lay planning practice, and chose as a profession a field adjacent to planning, in part because of some of these flaws. Some of the flaws in the practice of planning. One of those practices is not considering financial matters when making planning discussions, as both the town and the county did not do in their recent planning processes addressing these subjects. Zoe Denal talks about a multiple site analysis. I did a public records request for that, and there has been nothing that has been prepared for review by anyone, let alone a public meeting, and was given a 10-hour plus time to compile this site analysis, supposed site analysis. We can't actually say, but it does exist. There's a May 14th meeting before the county discussing these issues. There's an interesting email from Commissioner Brown outlining some of the administrative issues and the cost issues. And I don't think Commissioner Waring has fully addressed those concerns. I don't know the current status, but they have passed the original contingency deadline of May 21st, as I understand it. The notice for that hearing was rather curious. Just doing a quick read of the agenda, it looked like it would be an executive session if you actually parse it out. That's not specifically explicitly stated. Am I running out of time?
Unfortunately, Doug, yes.
Okie doke, I can go on if you want.
Nope, we're okay. And thank you very much for your public comment. The one thing that we won't address as town council is what happens in San Miguel County meetings. So I just want to be clear with that. Is there anybody else that would like, is online for public comment, Tiffany? Okay, great. Well, then I think we can certainly address some of the questions. Dan?
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to intrude. I have a comment and a question for either our legal staff or perhaps the county if they felt prepared to answer it. But I can wait. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I mean, it's fine. Basically I wanted to try to, quantify some things that may be easy, hopefully easier, like the binding provision, Kevin.
Sure.
And can you speak to the binding provision and where we're at?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to do it. So I'm looking specifically at the packet materials at page 40, and I'll just read them because I know not everyone has the ability to look at that packet while we're here. So that's the termination clause. And previously there was a provision in there that any party could terminate the MOU upon 30 days notice. I think all parties have agreed that could be or should be revised. That new language is that it may be terminated by mutual agreements of the parties. And then it goes on to provide two other instances. The one is the MOU will automatically terminate upon creation of the authority unless specifically assigned by the towns to the authority. And then the last sentence is the one that you requested a subsequent revision to. I'll read it with the revision. Alternatively, if the towns fail to reach an agreement on the authority formation by July 1st, 2028, and ultimately abandon their plans to create a sewer authority, this MOU will become null and void. So I do think that language is acceptable. I think that it's reasonable to think that if there's termination, it should be by mutual agreement of the parties, or failure to consummate the agreed upon event, which is the formation of the authority. I did want to just briefly address this notion of whether the MOU actually is legally binding, same as an IGA. It's certainly not the same as an IGA, but I do believe there are provisions in the MOU that have a legally binding effect. And I can point to a couple of them if you will just indulge me on that. One is on section 4, the seat on the authority board. There is a requirement there, and it uses the word will, that the county will hold an advisory non-voting seat within the authority. So if the authority board were formed right now, and when the town forms it with the town of Mountain Village, if we didn't include a provision in there on sewer authority seat, an advisory sewer authority seat for the county, I think there is some right of enforcement from the county's point of view to say you're not forming that authority board, or the authority board has not been formed consistent with the MOU. So I do believe there are elements of an MOU that are fully enforceable. Again, it depends on the language. And to contrast that, Section 2 uses language on receiving of septage, and it says that we're going to design the facility with an intent to accept. Again, clear difference. One section you're using will or shall, and another you're using more of an aspirational, we are intending to design it to accept. I just thought I should briefly mention that because there was some question about whether the MOU actually means anything. I think quite certainly it does mean something, and it is a commitment by the three governmental entities.
And to be clear, we agree, we're working on agreeing to that change, right? Where we say it is binding versus the 30-day termination by any party. And basically just following the language that we're negotiating on per the item. So I just want to make sure, I don't think I'm out of bounds by saying this is a binding document. Like, and Lance Waring had a question of whether it was binding or not. So I just want to be kind of clear on that within how, nothing is ironclad within any agreement. And this is clearly stated by each item and how it can be terminated at the end, which is a sunset clause on date or mutually agreeable by all the parties.
I have another legal question, Kevin. How common is it to have an MOU between 3 parties be contingent, or an MOU between separate parties be contingent on an MOU being signed by us here? Is that a legal norm, or is this a little bit of an unusual situation?
I'm not sure that I'm totally comfortable responding to that. I think the position of the county has been clear that they choose or they would desire to move forward with an MOU between the town of Mountain Village, I believe, and the Alexanders on the property in question, and the county as to certain rights for the railroad and also county road rights, that they would choose to link that with an MOU on authority formation between the 3 governmental entities. Certainly, it's a little unusual because the town's not a party to that separate MOU. Nevertheless, I think there's a consequence if the first MOU isn't consummated to the second.
Does anyone on council feel like they need clarification or more information in regards to that, or do we feel fine ignoring that?
Well, the question that I had that I think does continue to get at the heart of what you're asking is there a legal reason why the county is not able to put a clause in their MOU with the Alexanders that would nullify it, and that right-of-way vacation would be voided should this separate MOU not be adopted and subsequently the authority formed and a wastewater treatment plant? Is there any reason why they cannot condition that within their own MOU? And this is a question either for our legal counsel or for the county's legal counsel. It's a tough question.
I'm not comfortable answering that. I guess what I would say is typically the consideration for one is based on the events in question. And my understanding is there's separate consideration between the county and the Alexanders and Town of Mountain Village, I think, who's associated with it as well. The Alexanders are proposing to give up certain portions of their land for county road enlargement. And I believe that the county is looking to give up certain claims that it has to remnant Rio Grande Southern rights of way through the Alexander property. Typically, those stand on their own and they're like for like consideration, not involving third parties.
Got it.
So just
Same for us.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, so the county has prescriptive rights to the rights of way that the Alexanders are deeding back over, correct? And I mean, I guess maybe this isn't our area of expertise. I just think I think the frustration for me is just that it feels like, anyway, never mind.
And I'll just say, I understand where the county's coming from. I understand not wanting to give up something with no promise of the next thing that you're desiring happening. And this is a question that might have to be answered later with the full county commissioners or more legal analysis. But I would be okay with you inserting that condition, and then it feels like everyone's getting what we want. So why can't we do that?
I think my concern, Dan, is that, without looking at the full extent of that other MOU and what putting that clause into that, like for us to ask the county or to ask the Alexanders to put that language into their MOU, what does that actually affect? Like, can Mountain Village close on their land? If there's a land swap between the Alexanders and the county in lieu of, as part of this MOU, can the county actually take ownership of that land? Can that land be developed? Can other projects be planned? Like, I think if we are trying to start affecting another MOU that we are not a party to, that to me feels inappropriate.
But I don't think that Dan's saying that we require it.
Yeah.
He's just saying they need their assurances, so they should feel free to create their separate contract based on what we're willing to give with our contract. Like, these 2 contracts are existing separately, not with the same parties controlling them. And
it seems like, based on what we've discussed, we're not comfortable and it doesn't make sense to be promising things before we have this authority created. And so we are unable to give them that. And I think Dan's just bringing up the point that perhaps they're able to address their concerns through their separate contract process. And
That's a fair, yeah.
we shouldn't feel
Yeah.
like
That's-
we are being pushed
and that's a
into,
fair
this isn't gonna, there's no way for that to happen without us
That,
going out of order from our perspective.
And I think
that's fair. And I just don't want us, it's not in our lane to be discussing what ideas.
It's not our business.
They want to do that on their own. That possibly makes it more acceptable to sign this. Great. But I don't want to get involved with telling them, we think you should do this.
right. And I think I'm just coming from a place because you and I sit in these negotiations and, this is one of our directives to knowing a little bit more about the effects that could occur. if
Right.
We do. But that's fine. I think that it's a valid point and something that we should absolutely
Yeah,
discuss.
I think if they want to, I think holistically, your point, Dan, is a good one, and that's fine. But for us to make suggestions on what they should do, I don't think, unless council wants to tell me different, I don't think that's our
I think
lane.
Dan's suggesting that. I think he's just
No,
drawing attention
right.
to that it's an option on the table,
Right, but
right?
he did kind of throw a little bit specific out there, but that's okay.
I mean, it's a legitimate question I have. I'm genuinely interested in an answer because it does seem feasible in my mind. And I would love to hear from our county commissioner in the audience if the mayor feels it's appropriate.
Yeah, Lance, you can step back up in the hot seat.
Thanks, Lance Waring, County Commissioner, back again. Dan, I'll answer your question as best I can, and it is an interesting question that we've also considered. The problem is that there is a party that's in both MOUs, and that's the Alexanders. And if you walk a mile in their shoes, were we to insert the language that you suggested, then they suddenly have no certainty that the rights that they are planning to use are going to be guaranteed because suddenly their future is tied to the wastewater treatment plant.
And the Alexanders are not a party to this MOU.
No,
But-
correct.
Right.
And so the difficulty, Dan, is that we have spent good faith time and energy with the Alexanders and worked out an agreement that we're all comfortable with. And for us at the last minute to add a clause saying, well, we'll do this deal with you, but if the wastewater treatment plant, which you're not privy to and have no control over, doesn't happen, then this all falls apart, would create some really interesting legal conundrums because when you give up road right-of-ways and access right-of-ways, that is permanent. It's not possible to retract those. We don't want to get in that situation. So in our minds, once we sign the MOU with the Alexanders, we have done that deed and we aren't interested in trying to roll time back if the wastewater treatment plant doesn't occur.
And this is where the legal nuances I'm trying to get to, because if the nuances of the law are complicated, and this is why people devote their entire lives to understanding them, and where I must plead a small degree of ignorance. But outside of that, in my mind, I don't view it as asking the Alexanders to give up anything additional with that contingency on there. In a way, it's almost an additional assurance to them of if this wastewater treatment plant does not move forward, you retain the same rights that you had previously. Nothing changes on your land. You're essentially back at square one. You own your land. It has the same right-of-way easements on it that it previously did. And we all walk away from the table and continue to explore our other options for it. If things do move forward and all parties can come to an agreement, then it triggers these transferences. The land is now transferred. The right-of-way easements are lifted, and they get what they want. The land is sold. The authority has ownership over it. So in a way, I view it as actually a benefit to them, and another additional assurance that should things fall apart, they get to keep their land as it currently stands, and that's a benefit to them. So that's what I'm trying to understand. first, there is the legal analysis that I am acknowledging that may be more complex than I am making it in this moment. But I just am, from where I sit, I view an ask like this in your MOU with the Alexanders as a mutual benefit to both parties. And that I really am, of course, and we know each other, Lance. I know I'm trying to understand this really in good faith. I really am. But this is the way in which I'm seeing it. And I'm very open to hearing why you feel like it's not feasible or not, why it's not mutually beneficial, because really I do view it as mutually beneficial.
I'll be very brief in that answer, and I can't speak for the Alexander family with certainty, but it's my understanding that they very much would like to have the county cede these rights of way so that they can proceed with the PUD process and move forward with their concept of what should happen on their property. For there to be a caveat in that agreement that might revert back to where they are today is not where they want to be.
I see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lance. Michelle?
I know. I just wanted to jump in and I appreciate this discussion and no, this is
Yeah.
great. I do want to bring it back to perhaps the discussion and context of what we have agendized. And I think this is important for understanding and context. But to the point, their agreement is not something we have control over. So I
Right.
think this would be good background, but I don't want to go too much farther into
Right.
our
And that's what
input
I-
into that.
And that's what I want to tell. If this is in reference to I know, the polls and the way, if what you're commenting on is referencing the MOU with the Alexanders that the town's not a part of, I don't really want to discuss that.
Yeah.
Right? Like if Dan wants to say, is there anything you can work out? Great. That's between you guys. We're not here to
Yeah.
discuss that and we're not here to make suggestions. It's not our lane.
I
Appreciate
think
that.
at this point, the only opportunity if there's any corrective or something that you
Yeah.
feel is
I'll just provide
relevant.
A few facts, and I agree.
Facts are
You
good.
do have an agenda that you want to stick to.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your conversation today around this. So the contract for the land is between the town of Mountain Village and the Alexander family. And I think this falls into the no good deed goes unpunished category. But I think both the county and the Alexander saw an opportunity on what we're calling is the retained parcel, the rest of the Alexander land, to clean some matters up. Like there's no railroad that runs through there anymore. It bisects the property. It is not totally aligned with the prescriptive roads that run through that property. So the Alexanders and the county proceeded to have negotiations for a number of months. Our property and application is not necessarily tied at all to whatever happens on the retained parcel. This is in the spirit of what's perfect from a planning perspective and vision. It's great for the county to understand that they have a road that's of a certain width. It's great if the county can improve the intersection down the road. But for the purposes of our land transaction, the county made a decision, to not move forward with the other MOU. We can't have a land use application go before them until we have their consent to that application, which is tied to that railroad grade vacation. So right or wrong, we're in a 12-month, I consider it a stasis from Mountain Village's perspective. Not trying to diminish the fact that everybody kind of seems to want something out of this deal. That's what's happening right now. So in any case, the facts are that Mountain Village and the Alexanders have a contract. In that contract, it says if a wastewater treatment plant is not built within 7 years of us owning that 5 acres, the Alexanders would have an option to purchase the property back. There may be a contract amendment because the county wants the opportunity to do something jointly down there. I don't know where that negotiated portion is at. But this started as a very simple land acquisition where we have SGM doing feasibility for a wastewater treatment plant. We're here now. I think I appreciate all your comments. I think we're generally aligned on those comments around this MOU. And I will try not to have to speak anymore to
No.
you today.
Great. Michelle, facts are good. Thank you very much. I want to get back to the MOU specifically, not the Alexander San Miguel County MOU. That is not our purview for this discussion and probably never will be.
It shouldn't matter, frankly.
it does-
The
that's-
county has to decide if they want to
That's right.
approve something based on their needs and the
Right.
and the
So
property
so
owner.
we're moving on. So we're moving,
care.
we're moving on back to the original discussion point, which is, are we good with the discussion we've had for the changes for the MOU? And if that's the case, and we don't have any further discussion on it, Kevin can move forward. Are we all good with that?
I am comfortable with it. I think to Lance's point, he wanted this document to be less aspirational, but I don't see at this point that we have enough information to do that. I think that we have to keep it aspirational and understanding that this is going to be a collaborative process and that we cannot make definitive answers right now because we just don't have the information. It would be irresponsible. And I think that that's the position that we're all sitting in, is that we want this to be a collaborative thing. It's a regional wastewater treatment plant. We're going to see how all these pieces fit together. But for us to sit here and say that we're going to do very specific actions that based on information we don't have is just irresponsible for us.
I think to Ashley's point, I think to your, like, irresponsible is exactly the word. It's irresponsible governance to try and do any of this until and set any conditions on these rates, on anything that we are doing in regards to the authority, until we actually know the true cost of the facility itself, the true cost of those services that are going to be provided. It is not a question of intent by anybody that is sitting up here. It is not a question of intent of anybody that I've spoken with at any and all points in regards to this. But ultimately, we have to do things in the right order. And that may take some trust between these entities and between these governing boards. But I personally believe that we have established that trust at this point. And I hope that the commissioners do feel that way as well. And I think that that's the only way that we can move forward, is in trusting each other through this process.
Any other comments from council? Kevin, do you have enough direction from what we discussed?
I think I do. 3 discrete changes, section 3, section 6, section 9 of the MOU that was last dated May 28th, and we'll get a red line back to both Town of Mountain Village and San Miguel County.
Great.
And then we'll look for setting this on a next agenda, most likely.
Perfect. We're going to wrap up the 2C work session. Thanks everyone for their discussion time on that. One thing we will push is number 3, Telluride Housing Authority. And unless there's any objection, we'll put it in between agenda items 7 and 8. Tiffany, does that work for you? Great. Let's adjourn for lunch. Okay, we are going to reconvene the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, June 3rd. It is 1:02 PM. Next item on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. For public comment, with people in the room and the hands raised online, we are going to allot no more than 3 minutes per person to make sure we can fit everybody in to the 45-minute window, which is a hard 45-minute stop. So with that being said, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Eric, you can start.
I don't know.
Oh, we will use the list then. Tiffany, thank you. First person on the list is Sarah Nyman.
I'm gonna submit my comments for the record, so I'm just gonna read from them to make it easy. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I am concerned regarding the Colorado Avenue Diagonal Parking Pilot Project. First question, have any town council members parked there now that town has become busier? Have you tried backing out of the diagonal parking spaces? If not, I would encourage you to do so because it's not safe. Over Memorial Day weekend, I witnessed a truck parked in front of our house. The truck's passenger got out of the truck, walked into the street, waited for the traffic to clear, then motioned to the driver it was safe to back out. The driver backed out into the street and the passenger got back into the truck to drive away. They did this because it isn't safe. You cannot see oncoming traffic when every parking space is filled. I want to commend the town of Placerville. A community member of Placerville shared with me her concerns regarding a few projects the town is interested in starting. However, at the last town meeting, every project was listed on paper and every community member had the opportunity to write next to each project if they're for it, if they are against it, and why. Before the town moves forward with approvals or any money put towards these projects, they wanted the community members' feedback. This community member I spoke with felt immediately better about it. And this is how things should be run in that small community as well as ours. There's an enormous lack of transparency and communication with community members in Telluride regarding proposed and executed projects. You either approve and place money towards projects in town and never ask a local what they think, or you ask much later, and in which case the project is already moving forward. A couple of town council meetings ago, there were comments made by a council member stating change is hard and you just don't want parking in front of your house. These are dismissive comments and very easy to say, but they are not true. We've always had parking in front of our house. And really what that is telling me is that you are not hearing our comments whatsoever. It's as though there's a bias happening here and it's disconcerting. The data collection you claim to be gathering seems dismal at best. We don't actually trust the data you're collecting, especially since it is incredibly minimal, 1 comment per email, and only town council members are allowed to see it. We have started our own data collection. We've placed signs on community members' lawns with an email people can write to. If you have any comments or concerns regarding the diagonal parking and meters on Main Street, please write to us at stopdiagonalparking@gmail.com. We will forward your feedback to town council members. This is the best way we can possibly gather feedback from the community who are extremely concerned about this parking pilot. It is dangerous.
Sarah, thank you. Next on the list is Eric Dalton.
Thanks, everyone. Eric Dalton, 425 West Colorado Ave. I'm actually here on behalf of my friend and neighbor, Mark Frankman, who couldn't be here today. I have a brief letter to read from him. He's been a full-time resident of Telluride since 76 and owned his home at 553 West Colorado since 85. He is surprised and disturbed that suddenly, without any public notice, the parking on the street in front of his home was changed to diagonal parking. It is our historic residential zone, which is the gateway into the National Historic Landmark District and now appears to be part of the commercial zone. Diagonal parking greatly diminishes the visual and aesthetic qualities of this important entry into Telluride. He points out an interesting fact: diagonal parking was in place on Colorado Ave in the late 1970s. As the town's population and associated traffic increased, diagonal parking in Colorado Ave became dangerous and problematic. Therefore, it was eliminated. I wonder if anyone's looked into why we did that so far back in the day. The diagonal parking creates a lot of problems. We've gone over a lot of those with you guys. A couple interesting points. I think Mark brings up the electronic speed limit warning sign that used to be on the center lane as you came into the town of Telluride was a very effective way of controlling speeding through our area of Main Street. That is now gone, as well as the planter boxes that were there to control traffic. Those are now gone. There is no control besides the ongoing construction projects to control people cruising through our neighborhood really fast. Mark points out the town of Telluride published Q1 parking update, and it lists 3 goals. One of the goals is to mitigate localized parking pressure in neighborhoods near high traffic destinations like the commercial core, gondola, and schools. Mark is directly across from the Rainbow Preschool and within 1.5 blocks of the elementary and middle schools. Morning and afternoon school associated traffic is significant. Diagonal parking does not help mitigate this at all. And the town of Telluride has expressed this diagonal parking is intended to allow visitors to park within walking distance to the commercial core. We're seeing tons of people do U-turns right at the corner of Aspen and Main Street there. I think that's another dangerous thing that's going on and that people don't seem to be paying attention to. So I'm going to submit this letter on behalf of Mark Frankman, and I just want to echo his concerns. You guys have heard from us before. Like Sarah said, we're not going away. I look forward to hearing the positive comments in July that are keeping us along this path, because I assume they're coming to you guys, because all I hear are folks who are asking you guys to consider changing this, and I don't really see any action being taken on that. So look forward to this July meeting and hearing about that from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Ethan Miller, next.
Good afternoon, folks. A few excerpted words about flashy parking meters, gaudy striping, and edifices signifying progress and government success, all at the gateway of our little town. 1977, the town of Telluride was actually discovered back in 1957 by me during a picnic expedition into the San Juan Mountains of southwestern Colorado. I recognized it at once as something much too good for the general public. The 20-year plan for Big T envisions a total of 17 lifts. How prescient that was. Bigger than Vail, better than Aspen. What? Another Aspen? But yes, but different. Telluride's growth will be controlled and orderly, say the executives. But how can anything so big happen in a place so small as Telluride without changing the town beyond recognition? What some of us liked so much about Telluride was not the skiing, but the quality of the town. Its rundown, raunchy, redneck, backwardness, i.e., for instance, the Second Chance building that apparently is going to be removed. Telluride, the hell you're right. But what do they have? But why do they have to pick on my Telluride? One more mountain forest, Virgin Valley, untainted town, sacrificed on the greasy altar of progress. The freaks, the long hairs, and hippies who have taken their places now own and operate most of the shops, restaurants, and other small businesses within the town. They have also taken over the town council and are determined to prevent somehow the transformation of Telluride into another Aspen. That, of course, is Edward Abbey from The Journey Home. What side will this town council be on? The next time you come into town, past the open pit mines next to Clark's, the flashy parking meters, and the gaudy street striping in our residential neighborhood, where we raised our children, ask yourselves, is this really what we, as protectors of Telluride's past and stewards of its future, really want? Do we really want to be the very gateway? Do we really want the very gateway of Telluride's historic core to be bookended on the right by a nondescript national bank, and on the left by this grand new edifice to government wealth and hubris? Please consider the town taxpayers, the town folks, when you are using our tax dollars and making these decisions. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room for public comment before we go online? Dave?
Glasses out here. Yep, Dave Valentine, and long-term resident. Something that's always sort of bothersome is I'm a big night sky guy in town, and it seems a little more clear out that the town recently has wanted to put in a lot more light posts, and I believe a lot of that is overkill. We look at what's happened on Main Street right now. In the past, we've always had 2 light posts per intersection. Being kitty corner, there are now being new ones put in on every corner, as well as the new bump out at Spruce Street for the pedestrian walking. So there's 4 lamp posts right there, and they are only about 15 feet apart from each other on each side of the street. And these new lights are taller. And part of the problem with that is you get more light into the 2nd story windows, which are a lot of these have residents living in there, and all of a sudden there's more light glaring in. But overall, do we need to have that much light on Main Street? People say it's going to make it safer. There have been studies saying that it's not safer because it creates darker spaces. If it's a little bit less light, then your eyes adjust and you have better experience, including looking up in the sky, which a lot of our city guests are not used to seeing stars. And so we don't want to be part of that light pollution. I think some of the solutions we could do on some of these, one would be to, and town council's talked about this, I don't know if it went any further, of making sure that the type of light, a lot of these new ones are bright white. I don't know if you have bright white lights in your home, it's a lot nicer in my belief of having soft whites. It's just the overall look of it, especially when you're looking down the street. Also on there, if we're going to have that many, change the bulbs out to be less lumens. If we're going to have more, because you want them closer together, then at least bring the lumens down. It doesn't need to be a parking lot at night, like we see over in a lot of the cities and car dealerships. Or another thing to do could be take some of the light posts out and replace them with bollards like they do in Ridgeway. So if you're worried about the pedestrians, especially like at Spruce Street, you don't need 4 lamp posts to show that there's a crosswalk. Once the stripes are painted in, if you have the small bollards, they put light on the sidewalk and a little bit in the street in that immediate vicinity to signal this is a pedestrian crossing, but it doesn't bother the people on the 2nd floors. It doesn't add to your overall look of looking down Main Street and seeing post after post after post. One last quick thing on there, and public comment.
I've got to cut short. Sorry, I had to reduce the time because the number of hands that are up. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, you can go in whatever order you like.
Arthur Goldberg.
Hi, this is Arthur Goldberg. I'm here with Joni Maskett as well. We're here to just ask a question, give a commentary, but also ask a question maybe for some help. This is with regard to the house that Joni owns here at 220 West Pacific.
It's for all around town.
But we're also speaking about all around town. What we're talking about is the green utility box is primarily owned formerly by AT&T or Qwest or the other entities of that, that are decommissioned, old infrastructure that are still here in town. I think most of them on easements provided by the town of Telluride. The box right next door to the house here at 220 is unsightly. It is broken. It is somewhat dangerous, and also people are hitting it with cars, and then the box is then knocked into the house, and causing damage to the house. And what we want to know is what is the city willing to do to deal with old infrastructure left in place by a utility that is not being serviced, not being kept up, is left to basically become, blight on the city. This is not directly on the property, on Joni's property. It is right next to her house, which we believe is in the alley, which is an easement. But the box is actually inches from the wall of the house.
And they're all over town.
And right, and we're not talking just about ours, right, or just about here. They're all over town like this. And what we're asking is, what is the town willing to do to deal with abandoned infrastructure that has been given easements by the town, originally, God knows how long ago, but we believe that the ones here were all cross connects for landlines, which nobody's using. If you open up the box, it is filthy, dirty, rusted. It's clearly not being used in service. So I don't know if anybody on the town council wants to respond to us at the moment, but we would like a response to whether or not anything and something can be done. Joni, go ahead.
Let me add, I went up to the building department and they said I was free to remove it. However, I don't know how I would, even my Sawzall, which I love to take to just about anything, is not going to cut through those wires. So I don't know how to remove it. Please help.
Great. Thank you very much for those comments. Typically, we don't respond to public comments, but I'm sure staff will look into that. You can go to the next person, Tiffany.
Next up, we have Madeline Wyman.
Hi, everybody, on town council. I am just here at Cimarron enjoying the elk that are lounging around in the open space at Chair 7. And this has happened since early morning. They're still here. And it would be a disgrace to not have this open space so we can participate with nature at its fullest and have elk on our property here or around Chair 7 so we can enjoy them and they can enjoy the space. So I would just urge everyone to keep the area around Chair 7, which is Lot Y, open space. Please do not change the zoning and come enjoy the elk that are hanging around these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline.
Next up, we have Susan Dalton.
My comment today is about the site that the town has set up to receive input about the diagonal parking pilot. First of all, we as residents are only allowed to submit one comment. Secondly, the portal does not accept photos or videos. So if a citizen wants to attach an image or a video of a dangerous situation that occurs in front of their house, he is not permitted. My third and most important comment is that only town council members are allowed to see the comments. Residents are not allowed to see these comments. And so we only see what town council members permit us to see. There is no transparency of information. Why should we residents depend on the town council to share these comments honestly with us, since they never bothered to discuss either the installation of the parking meters or the diagonal parking pilot with residents? I have a few comments to make about the space age parking meters that remain a blight on our historic residential district. They stand in direct opposition to the HARC standards that those living in historic houses were expected to maintain while carefully restoring our homes. Our homes add to the value of the historic landmark district. And the first impression of any tourist driving into Telluride should not be compromised by this attempt to collect parking revenues. The town spent $42,500 on unnecessary and inappropriate parking meters. This was our tax money, our public money. I'm submitting my comments in writing, so this will be part of the public record.
Great. Susan, thank you.
I'm happy to jump in as council's looking at me. So for the public comment form that has been discussed several times, the intention was like collecting all of the data for the pilot to keep and as in line with other ways that we collect public comment within a public comment form for the source of data collection. So not strictly for public comment during a council meeting, but for the purpose of data collection to then represent all of that data at a succinct time, which was directed by council to happen in July. We're collecting all of that feedback in that lawn open period of collecting that comment, and it will be shared publicly within the record, within that comprehensive data set that council has directed us to collect for that July meeting. So no way is it only going to be just council, but very much in that public meeting at that time.
And please send us videos and photos if you have them.
Yeah, and I'll work with Lynn. I'll see if there's anything we can do from that form. I'm not sure, but I'll look into that. So thank you for that comment.
Great. Thanks for the clarification, Zoe.
Okay, next up we have Cami Nichols.
Yes, hi. Cami Nichols, living in Cimarron. I'm also watching the 5 young bull elk that have been here since early morning that Madeline pointed out. And it's a pleasure. I wanted to comment, representing the Chair 7 Community Coalition, that I hope folks turn up for the June 10th meeting that I believe the town and the design workshop are planning to have to seek public comment, I believe somewhere in the Chair 7 neighborhood. At a place to be determined still, as far as I know, and at a time to be determined, but I think perhaps 5:30 in the evening. Anyway, I just wanted to let folks know who might be listening today that I hope they all show up to the Chair 7 development plan meeting on June 10th. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And lastly, we have Douglas Tooley.
Hey folks, yeah, I've been noticing the elk out on the valley floor. I'm certainly not doing a statistical study, but it seems like the population is increasing out there. That's certainly a good thing. To the comments about becoming another Aspen, I think the reality is we're becoming another Vail. Vail is under, as I understand it, is under a antitrust action not to expand anymore, but their legal staff seems to be taking over everything, including the associated capital projects. Much as has been done historically in Mountain Village was attempted with the gondola and is now being attempted with the wastewater treatment plant. On the parking, having heard these concerns, I was aware of the problem. And there was a diagonal parker who just put their car into reverse, and that puts the reverse lights on. And I assume as many others in town, stopped for that person to exit their parking spot. I think there's probably more to make this work than people are giving it a chance, but this is the process, and we'll see what happens. I can continue on the wastewater treatment plant if that's okay.
Sure.
So on the widely varying cost estimates of service, Paul Weiser, the Garfield and Heck attorney, based in Aspen and Vale, actually, is saying $40 a month for the county residents. And Mike Bordogna is saying 200, if I recall. That is a substantial difference. This proposal, this site, it is a good alternative. There are actually two others. I don't have time to present them today. That's not the failure. The failure is in the process where there's nothing else to do. We've got to do this right away. And that includes spending public capital bond monies on screwing over the public, if you excuse my frankness and my brevity. The fact is, the county, through Assistant Manager Jared Biggs, their new hire, Drea Ariza, have wastewater treatment experience from Durango, as does Amber Blake of SMART. Housing is best run by Lance McDonald, and Jim Loby is the guy for transportation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anybody else left online? We'll close public comment for this meeting. That brings us to agenda item number 5, and that is presentations and proclamations. 5A, presentation of a service medallion to Nancy Kraft for her 15 years of service on the Open Space Commission. Dear Nancy, on behalf of the town of Telluride and Telluride Town Council, it is with sincere gratitude that we present this letter and medallion to you in appreciation of your over 15 years of service on the Open Space Commission, March 2010 to April 2025. Simply put, your dedication to this commission has made Telluride a better place to live. We all wish that we had more people like you that would unselfishly dedicate a significant amount of their time. One example that really sticks out is the effort you put into the new kiosk for Bear Creek Preserve and incorporating the regional Native American tribes into the project. We also know you had a significant impact in management and restoration of the cherished valley floor, amongst other projects in the region in Ophir and high country zoning. You have been a valued contributor to open space in and around Telluride. We know it is not easy to contribute so much time and energy for little fanfare and as a volunteer. The Open Space Commission will feel your absence, and we want to extend our warmest thanks and best wishes to you. And please accept this token of appreciation for your service to our community. So much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I take 2 seconds, Mayor? Can I say just a few words? And, Nancy, I do want to take a moment just to say a special thanks as well. I don't know Nancy as well as I think I would like, because her and I have only really started to know each other once I became a politician here in town, but her legacy is endless. And one thing that I'll note, even in just doing a quick bit of research ahead of this, was that Nancy's history and work with open space extends beyond even 15 years, because she was on the commission, according to the Daily Planet, back in 2007, prior to then. So it's even more than this, and her work helping facilitate that process. Of course, there was many hands, but hers was one of them, of helping get the valley floor that we have today. So really notable, and I just wanted to take a special moment to extend my particular thanks to Nancy as well. Thank you.
Thank you again, Nancy. That will move us on to agenda item number 6, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, June 23rd, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, July 1st, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at-large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. Agenda item number 7, consent calendar. I assume that everyone has read through the minutes and everything in the consent calendar. Unless there's any further questions or discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Did we skip 6B?
Thanks for saying that. We will go backwards to 6B because I made a mistake. Sorry about that. And that is introduction of a new planner, Ben Tribble, and we have Kristen Clothier here to present. Sorry about that. I'm obviously ahead of myself.
Not to worry, I am thrilled to have this opportunity to introduce you to Ben Tribble, the new Planner 2 on our Historic Preservation Planning and Building team. Ben brings a well-rounded background in architecture, design, and project coordination to his new role as planner in Telluride. With experience that bridges creative problem solving and logistical planning, he is passionate about shaping the built environment in ways that reflect both vision and practicality. Ben, his wife, and their German Shepherd are excited to put roots down and contribute fully to the Telluride community. So welcome, Ben.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I really appreciate the warm welcome. The first week and a half has been really exciting. Everyone's been so kind. And just kind of really excited to kind of get integrated and be a part of the community. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Don't overlook me skipping you as anything personal. We really appreciate it. You jumping in for the team. That brings us back to the repeat of 7 and 7A, which is the consent calendar. Unless there's any further discussion of the consent calendar, as I assume everyone read it, I would entertain a motion to approve consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. Lance, you're jumping ahead of yourself a little bit.
Oh, I'm just making sure I'm plugged in.
Okay,
So
good, because
please
we
do vote.
have to go backwards to agenda item number 3, which is the Telluride Housing Authority. Because we missed that. You're more than welcome to stay right there, Lance.
I'll take care of some emails.
Do I have a motion to go out of town council and into Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Ian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes. Ian, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. And with that, we will hand it off to Geneva.
All right, we will now convene the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 at 1:35 p.m. We are here in Rebecca Hall as well as remotely on Zoom. We could do a roll call starting from my right.
Elena, 11.
Teddy Erico.
Ian, B.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan, right.
And I am Geneva Shawnette. First item of business is approval of minutes from our last THA meeting, which was March 18th. Are there any comments on the minutes or does anyone have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Teddy, a second from Elena, and let's vote.
Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes. Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion carries and minutes are approved, 6-0. Next, we'll go to number 2, new business. We have 2 items today. Consideration of approval of a resolution authorizing the execution of a lease and operations agreement between the Telluride Housing Authority and Tri-County Health Network to lease certain Telluride Housing Authority owned property known as the Youth Shed at the Voodoo Housing Project. And it looks like we have Hayden to help us with this one, or Zoe perhaps, or someone.
This is the shed.
Oh, the shed. Ryan McGovern was going to be here too. And Stephanie Jacquet. So thank you for them for helping with this. This is simply the lease agreement that we have with Tri-County Health and Communities That Care for their lease of the THA owned space, commonly known as the shed.
Okay, great. Well, I assume everybody got a chance to look the lease over. We've this has been in process for quite a while, and this is just our final approval as council. So does anybody have any questions or comments on our shed lease before we approve it or vote on it, I should say? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I
can't
open, so.
Here, I move to approve the execution of a lease between the town of Telluride. I'm just making this up. If there's somewhere I should. Town of Telluride and
Sorry.
the Telluride Housing Authority and Tri-County Health Network to lease certain Telluride Housing Authority property known as the use shed at the Voodoo Housing Project.
Right. We have a motion. Let's give it a second or not, and then we'll go to Ally and see. if She's got some input.
I'll second. but
Okay,
Yeah.
we have a motion on the floor, but one of our attorneys is happy to weigh in, so I'd love to call on Ally Slayton.
Yeah, I was just going to speak to the approval language. I did draft a resolution, which is included in the packet. So instead of just moving to approve a lease, you could move to approve the resolution authorizing the execution of a lease, and just it's the title of that resolution. I don't know how Kevin feels, but that language is there in front of you should you wish to use it.
I rescind my previous motion. I'm still looking for it.
I've got it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I move to approve a resolution authorizing the execution of a lease and operations agreement between the Telluride Housing Authority and Tri-County Health Network to lease certain Telluride Housing Authority owned property known as the Youth Shed at the Voodoo Housing Project.
I second.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Teddy's got his hand
I have
up.
a question. I know it might be different for council, but do we have to take public comment before we vote?
You don't have to, but you can. And just a point of clarification, I know the maker of the motion rescinded the first motion. We should probably have the second indicate their consent to that as well.
I consent to the rescension. Is that a word? The
Withdrawal.
withdrawal. Thank you.
Okay, great. We have officially withdrawn the first motion. Dan has made a new motion. Ally's hand's still up. Did you want to?
Nope, meant to lower it. Thank you.
Sorry for the clunkiness, everyone, but I think we're all on the same page now. Are we ready to vote? Let's vote.
You made the motion.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion carries 6-0. So we've approved that. Next, we'll move on to B, consideration to amend the requirement to reserve a mental health professional unit at the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project.
Good afternoon. Before you is to button up a item that came to council on April 29th, 2025. We made some changes to Voodoo in regards to the amount of years to live here. And the next change that had to be formalized was removing the standards for the mental health unit that were established July 16th, 2024. I could tell you based on the change you guys made in the April meeting, every unit has somebody who is interested. The 3-bedroom has a lease to be signed tomorrow. And the mental health unit that's set aside has interest as well once this is cleared through THA. So again, this is just a follow-up of the previous meetings from April. So I'll take any questions.
If there are no questions, I would, oh, go ahead.
I guess my only question is, what has CTC, or sorry, Tri-County, have we been in communications with them? Have we received any kind of feedback or comment from them about this inability to fill this unit, their continued desire for that, what the needs of the community as far as mental health professionals continue to be?
Yeah, Delaney has done a lot of work with them to try to figure out somebody to fit in this unit. I don't know if it's pricing or what the issues are, but there has been no luck securing someone who fits this capacity for this unit. So we are still recommending that there's preference given. So if in the future someone does come that is a mental health provider, they would be able to get ahead on the list. But the issue we're having is having this unit set aside just keeps it vacant. So.
All right. And given just the interest in housing in general, I would love to open this to public comment before we vote on this issue. So if there's anybody online or in the room who'd like to.
You're welcome to take public comment, but I just have another comment
Please.
as well. I guess my question is that the way that this motion is written for this is it doesn't talk about giving any priority in the future to a mental health professional. Is that something that we're going to have to address separately at a different time, or can we include that in this motion? I guess it's like we're stating here that we're going to pull off this designation for this specific unit to make it so that it doesn't have to go specifically to a mental health professional, but I just heard you say that the intention would be that going forward, that anybody who came forward asking for housing as a mental health professional, that they would be given priority. So I just want to make sure that if we're intending to do that, is that written in here? Do we need to add it, or what everyone's?
And I guess I'll ask Kevin that question, because if we're not holding a unit aside to be vacant until it's filled, I don't know if the policy needs to be that for preference, there has to be a set aside policy.
Yeah, I would suggest the motion on page 18, if you want to have a clear movement to a preference, just include it in that motion toward the end. I think it's worth memorializing that if that's indeed the preference that you want to retain. If you want to get rid of it completely, then don't include it.
I'm just curious how we feel about that, because
I mean, I think the whole concept of this was meant to be an experiment, and hopefully be able to find a way to anchor some more mental health service professionals within the community. From a THA chair perspective, I would say if we want to memorialize something about a specific profession in our guidelines, that opens up to a whole, well, what about teachers? What about firefighters? What about medical center workers, et cetera, et cetera? And we sort of, when we first put this into place, we were just thinking about this one unit, not any future coming units. And it was a bit out of the norm because we had a serious mental health services issue at the time. But if that's something that we want to talk about having a concrete policy about, I think that's a whole nother conversation and not something that should be in the motion today.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify, because the way that Hayden said it, it made it sound like if we pull this off, we're still going to give priority to somebody with a mental health background that wants to move into the property. But that's not the case. All we're saying is through this motion and the way that this is presented is that we're just going to strip that requirement from this unit. It'll just become a regular unit like everything else, and nothing else is going to change.
I personally think that's the way that I would like to see this go. In the past, we have had that very case happen where a mental health worker in our community was able to jump the line to get a unit because they lost their housing, and there was a lot more discretion given to staff. Now we have a much more concrete waitlist policy. There's still some discretion in there, but I think we want to avoid getting into the nitty gritty on having policies regarding specific professions personally.
I'm fine with that.
And that language derives from our previous presentation. I brought up, I think it was 2 meetings ago. So it's up to you guys' discretion if you want to include it in there or not.
So with that, does anybody have any more feedback about about what Ashley's discussing, or?
The only question I have is, if we went through the process of trying to assist mental health professionals in finding housing, we spent a lot of time on it. And would it make any sense that instead of, and it's tough because you want someone in the unit regardless, right? You don't want it empty. But does it make any sense to discuss having this be more of, we're going to make an exception and allow someone to rent a unit, but the quantification of a mental health professional still will be attached to this unit. So when this lease ends and it becomes vacant again, we can go through that process of trying to find a mental health person, or do we just want to get rid of it? I'm not saying I have a preference either way. It's just a thought, because we obviously gave it a lot of thought to do it, and we could just be wrong. It didn't work, and let's open it up.
I mean, I do actually think we did talk about it a lot. I mean, I think this was, to Geneva's point, this was an experiment. And we did this at a time when we were hearing from a number of different groups that there were a lot of individuals in their sort of little subset of providers that desperately needed housing. And I think at a time when everybody desperately needed housing, I don't know that it obviously didn't work. And I don't love that we've had a unit sit empty as a result. And so I think there is a possibility that maybe in the next future iteration of review of our rental policies, we can look at
some sort of a 1-2 step where there is a priority given, but if that person is not already on the existing list, then it immediately is offered to the next individual on the list. Something of that nature, but I think for the time being, it makes sense to just remove this stipulation or requirement.
And I'm good with that. I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, I think it's all good things to discuss. And as we've said before, this, the climate and the severity and the needs that we have for housing maybe seem to have shifted. We have our housing needs assessment that we haven't gotten to look at yet. Things like that. So I think that revisiting this topic in general makes sense, but for now we have an empty unit and we have people that want to live there. So let's, rather than getting into the weeds about the next step for this concept, just I think we should remove this requirement for this unit, get the unit filled, and revisit this topic at another time from a holistic perspective at another time.
Fine.
I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the reassignment of the mental health unit at the Voodoo Housing Complex to the general rental pool and direct staff to proceed with implementing the necessary changes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Elena and a second from Ashley. Was there anyone who wanted to give public comment before we vote?
You'd have to call for it.
Love to open public comment if anybody online would like to make comment.
Seeing none.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment and we will vote.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Yes.
And yes.
Yes, motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Hayden, and thanks, Laney. And with that, we will adjourn by unanimous consent back to Telluride.
Geneva, thank you very
49.
Geneva, thank you very much. Nice job. That brings us to agenda item number 8, public hearing, 8A. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing and extending the terms of a franchise for the supply and distribution of natural gas granted to Black Hills Colorado Gas Incorporated, DBA Black Hills Energy, successor in interest to Source Gas Distribution, LLC.
I'll take that, Mayor.
Okay.
Great. This is Kevin Geiger, Town Attorney, and I'm introducing agenda item 8A. This is a public hearing. This is the second reading of an ordinance before Town Council. This is to extend the franchise agreement that we currently have that was originally executed in 2015 for a duration of 10 years through June 23rd, 2025. And we're recommending a 1-year extension on the exact same terms that were granted in the original 2015 franchise to afford the parties a bit more time to negotiate any changes that they may wish to see in a new document that would come back to you before the expiration that we're recommending, which is June 30th, 2026. The ordinance is before you. You'll find it at page 51. I'm available to answer any questions you may have on this matter.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Does anyone from council have any questions for Kevin? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, is there anybody online, Tiffany?
I'm not seeing any hands raised, no.
Okay, great. Unless there's any further discussion amongst council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading following a public hearing on this matter, an ordinance of the Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing and extending the terms of a franchise for the supply and distribution of natural gas granted to Black Hills Colorado Gas, Inc., DBA Black Hills Energy, successor in interest to Source Gas Distribution, LLC.
We have a motion from Ashley. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Kevin, thank you.
Sure. Thank
That brings us to agenda item 9, action items. Consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the repurchase of certain deed restricted real property known as 907 East Colorado Avenue, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, and we have Zoe here to introduce this one.
Thank you. Staff is requesting town council consideration of a resolution to authorize the repurchase of 907 East Colorado Avenue. This unit is governed by an employee housing deed restriction, and the repurchase is being initiated in accordance with the terms. The this deed restriction as a town employee unit occurred in 2005 when it was sold to a now retired town employee who no longer utilizes the unit as their sole place of residence. As a result, the town recently approached the employee with plans to repurchase the unit for use as it is intended pursuant to the deed restriction, and they are conveying the property back to the town for future use by a full-time regular town employee or qualified town retiree utilizing the unit as their sole place of residence. And Ally is online if there's any further questions from council.
Great, Zoe, thank you very much. Any questions for Zoe or Ally on this action item?
Not a question, just clarifying that the difference with this is a specific town employee deed restriction versus a lot of the other deed restricted properties in town. That this one, while it is, that deed restriction, it sounds like, was put back in 2005.
And I'll let Ally probably speak to that, but I believe it has been on this unit.
Yeah, so the
Construction.
that
Yep.
this is specific. This is one of those town units specifically designated through the deed restriction for a town employee.
That's correct.
Yep. And Ally, I don't know if you want to, if you need to
Yeah.
clarify or want
No,
to.
definitely. I think the answer is yes. This is a town employee unit. Just going a little bit further back into the history, and Kevin might know even more than I do. From everything I've read, it appears this might actually be our first town employee designated unit. This is one of the very first projects that the town constructed for affordable housing in the area. And as part of that, we decided to keep one unit back as a town employee unit and sell the others as part of the guidelines program. So this unit has been deed restricted for a very long time. This particular former employee has been in there for also a very long time, and would still be allowed to remain in the unit today as a retired employee if it were their only residence. However, that is not the case, which is why we now have the opportunity to repurchase the unit.
Great. Thank you, Ally. Any further discussion or questions amongst council? Seeing none, considering this is an action item, is there anyone in the room for public comment? There is no one in the room for public comment. Tiffany, are anybody's hands raised? No. Seeing nobody online, unless anyone has something else to chime in, I would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the repurchase of certain deed restricted real property dedicated to Town of Telluride employee housing, known as 907 East Colorado Avenue and located within San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to action item 9B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, clarifying use prohibitions and restrictions on the property known as the Telluride Valley Floor Open Space and rescinding emergency ordinance number 1289. And we have Lance back in the hot seat and Jason is joining him.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Jason for all of his input and drafting on this ordinance. It's long overdue and definitely a housekeeping measure. So as you may recall, in 2008, when the town acquired the Valley Floor was not in the town of Telluride. So the town passed an emergency ordinance right after the acquisition to extend its jurisdiction over the property and also set forth certain restrictions on uses. That ordinance was to remain in effect until the town completed the environmental report, the conservation easement, and the management plan, which the town did complete in 2009. Those management plans and conservation easements also set forth additional restrictions and prohibitions. Ordinance 1289 remained in effect at the time. So we had two different documents setting out restrictions and prohibitions on uses. This ordinance basically rescinds the emergency ordinance of 1289 and makes the current list of prohibitions and prohibited uses in the management plan and conservation easement, subject to penalty in the Telluride Municipal Code. The management plan and the conservation easement, violations of those two in the past were not actually in violation of the municipal code. So this actually increases our enforcement ability and helps Jason when he goes to court, if he has to, on any of these matters.
Great. Thank you, Lance. Jason, you have anything else to add?
Nope, I don't. He summed it up well.
Great. Any questions for either Jason or Lance? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment since this is an action item? Madeline, please, step up to a microphone, Madeline, and just state your name.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, Madeline Whiteman. I was just curious about some things, and they may not be in the ordinance, but they may be in the management plan. But my concern with the valley floor and, what's going on is it kind of goes back in history, just wondering why the San Miguel River was changed to a course that it hadn't had in 100 years, causing all the flooding that's going on the valley floor, which has changed the composition of it. And I don't know if any of that is in the management plan, but it seems to me that things are happening out there that are not in the best interest of the property. It's like the stewardship of the valley floor has kind of gone to hell, excuse my language, because of all the flooding and all the changes. I don't know that anything in the management plans that are part of this ordinance affect how that's going to change, how it's going to be cleaned up. There's trees dying, it's becoming marshland out there. And I just wanted to know, I know these are all, the ordinance has all these restrictions, but I guess the management plan that's underneath that is more of my concern than, the restrictions of use. So I don't know if anybody, can address that and kind of make it clear of why why the valley floor is in the state it is today when we didn't have these flooding problems years ago. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madeline. I'm not sure that question is per our discussion, but if Lance,
Sure.
if you want to address it, I want
So
to give you
the
that opportunity.
Primary reasons why the town acquired the valley floor with several donations from several citizens was to restore the natural resources on the valley floor. One of those was the river being in a channelized condition, straightened in the mining days. Putting the river back into its natural sinuosity and in old river channels that used to be on the valley floor is consistent with those restoration goals. As far as the flooding that you're seeing, that is in relation to beaver activity. And we encourage wildlife on the valley floor. I think in the past, the reason you did not see flooding was because the previous landowner would remove the beavers and that ecosystem. So some people may find large bodies of water caused by beavers as perhaps visually, disruptive, but that's a natural occurring process. And that's what the valley floor management plan speaks to. So this isn't out of negligence that you see water on the valley floor. It's the result of a natural process.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. Amy?
As a member of the Open Space Commission, I also want to add, it's a sign of a healthy ecosystem that the beavers are kind of doing their thing and kind of bringing it back to a natural state.
Great. Thank you. I want to get back to the task at hand, which is the emergency ordinance number 1289 and whether or not we choose to rescind that. Are there any questions? Before I go back to questions from council, Tiffany, is there anybody online?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you. With no further public comment in the room or online, is there any further discussion?
Just one question, and mostly out of an abundance of clarity for the listening public. By rescinding this emergency ordinance, does anything effectively change for how the Valley Floor is managed or operates?
No,
Great.
it changes if there's a violation.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all I needed.
I was going to clarify. I think there are some, it's a simple answer, but I think there's some nuances to it. There are a number of things that right now were not addressed in Ordinance 1289 that were addressed either in the conservation easement or the management plan. And some of those new elements are being pulled into this new ordinance, clearly calling out that these previous activities, which are identified perhaps as a prohibited use in the conservation easement or the management plan, are now going to be enforceable under the municipal code, or also allowing for exceptions if certain activities are engaged in, like dogs or livestock animals on the valley floor. And there's an exception written in if it's authorized by the management plan. So I do think there are some nuances to kind of that question and the broad response to it that I think council's aware of those things, but I just want to make sure that you're clear.
Great.
Can I clarify that issue on the dogs? Just
Sure.
because, okay, so the ordinance 1289, which was an emergency ordinance, prohibited dogs. The conservation easement is silent on dogs, allows dogs. The management plan says that dogs are allowed or are prohibited except if service animals are approved by the town manager. 3 different, levels of the way the dogs are handled. What we're going to with this is going to the management plan, because that's the more comprehensive document, had a lot of public discussion, so.
Great. Thank you for the clarification, Lance. Any discussion amongst council or questions for Jason or Lance? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Move to pass on first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, clarifying use, prohibitions, and restrictions on the property known as the Telluride Valley Floor Open Space and rescinding emergency ordinance number 1289 and direct the town clerk to agendize a public hearing for second reading at the July 1st, 2025 Town Council meeting.
Great. We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Eva, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to 9C. Lance will be staying in the hot seat. Consideration of direction to proceed with Virginia Placer Phase 2 housing project and authorization to execute a Part 2 of the design build contract with Shaw Builders LLC. And for the record, James Van Hoosier has also joined.
Okay. I'm going to share our PowerPoint. Thank you, Mayor Errico and the Town Council. Good afternoon. The item before you is consideration of whether to proceed with the 2A portion of the Virginia Placer housing project. As you may recall, the project is consistent with your Town Council goals and objectives, which speaks to finalizing construction and occupancy of the 2A and 2B projects. It's also consistent with the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan, which speaks to, among other types of housing occurring in the future in the Virginia Placer, approximately 8 to 12 multifamily units serving short-term municipal housing needs. I would like to speak a little bit about the 2B project. We've been working on that concurrently with 2A. That project is still experiencing budgetary challenges. We will come back to council soon, perhaps at the July meeting, with a recommendation on how or if to proceed with that project. But right now, it's not ready to go. It's the budget issues are still very, very challenging. So at this time, we're seeking approval to move forward with the 2A project. The 2A project is to address short-term and long-term housing needs for town operations. By short-term, we mean uses such as on-call, recruitment, seasonal staff, special circumstances such as visiting consultants, referees, and whatnot. The long-term is just your traditional long-term rental unit for a town employee. The units are 3 2-bedroom units, 2 studios, 2 1-bedroom units, and 2 micro 4-bedroom dorm units. Those are approximately 890 square feet with small bedrooms that can use, that should be ideal for seasonal type staff or even visiting consultants that have a larger team that are at a short-term duration stay. The targeting for affordability, we have proposed a 120 AMI. That would be sufficient to support the debt service. That is for the COP for the project, given the subsidy amounts that we'll talk about here next. Before we get into the budget, though, it would be good to take a look at the plan. It's a 3-story building. It's relatively level site. It'll be placed on metal piles that'll be driven. It will not be like Voodoo because the ground is so soft here. It's basically a few taps and the pile will basically sink down to resistance pretty quickly. So it's not going to be months of a pile driving next to Public Works. Part of the design concept is the micro boarding house units are on the west end of the building closest to Public Works. We will be using either triple pane glass or doing other techniques to reduce the sound attenuation or to attenuate the sound from Public Works. The building will be mostly metal with hardy board siding. That's to reduce the maintenance costs, and the interior finishes will be very similar to what is in Voodoo or in the Shandoka Phase 2, Building 3 phase projects, Phase 1 and 2 projects. So that's quartz countertops, luxury vinyl tile on the flooring, the same types of fixtures that you're seeing in the bathrooms of those projects. So very similar. And I think this will be good because we're kind of creating a vocabulary of materials that are not different, uniquely different for each project. And I think that'll help the long run as far as maintenance and repairs and things like that. The project budget, the total cost of the projects is 6.465 million. So 6,400,000 plus some change. The key funding components proposed for the project is to use a COP in the amount of 5,253,629. Now that is part of the Phase 2 for Shandoka, Building 3 COP. So it'll all be combined into that same COP. As you may recall, you approved the COP financing last February for the project. That does not require us to combine these two projects into one COP, but it does allow us to do so, and in so doing saves us on cost of issuance expenses, and also helps the finance department with management of the COP. The proposed subsidy of the Affordable Housing Fund is 1.3 million, 1.348 million. The subsidy per unit that would be is approximately 185,359. That compares, I think the most closest comparison would be Voodoo, and that was at 174,000. Again, that project was priced in late 2022, and the construction started in 2023. So it's a few years off. One thing to think about as well is that right now, estimating that the affordable housing set aside has a balance of 9.4 million in it for 2025. And that includes the 1.5 million that is coming in from the Canyonlands Tower House project. When those projects get building permits, the $1 million tranche came in on Canyonlands, and then when the final complete building permit gets issued on Tower House, another 500,000 goes back into our housing fund. Basically, that's recouping our pre-construction costs on that project. So the Affordable Housing Fund will have approximately 9.4 in the set aside. Now that's net the expenses that we have coming in for the Carhenge planning project, the additional subsidies outstanding for Shandoka Building 3 Phase 2. We estimate those to be approximately 750,000 in expenses that you've already authorized out of that account right now. The subsidy will also come out of the capital fund in 320,000. That is the budgeted amount that council has adopted for this project for the capital fund. And that is that's an acknowledgement of some of these uses are not traditional long-term type housing units, but they're actually a short-term type use. The Black Bear Road we're also recommending that if we proceed with this project, that we pave the final section of Black Bear Road as it goes into Public Works. As you may recall, there's a gate there, and then past that's dirt. We're going to be relocating some utilities that'll also help Kyle's future expansion of the Public Works facility, but basically we would like to repave, regrade that road, redo that road as we did when we did the original Virginia Placer projects. So that has some expense associated with it. The proposal is that we cost share between the street, alley, and bridge fund, and we also use the affordable housing fund. Let me jump to that. Yeah. So that is shown at the bottom of this slide. Now, this budget is also, this slide is summarized from the budget that was also included in the packet. So if there's any questions on that, we can go to that slide. Also, I wanted to point out that the Affordable Housing Fund proposed subsidy of 1.348 million. We've incurred about $300,000 in pre-construction expenses at this time. So the actual net hit on the Affordable Housing Fund would be the 1.3 minus 0.3. So it'd be about $1 million would be hitting the Affordable Housing Fund for this project. The timeline was this is a little bit different than what was in the packet. We have better numbers. Mid-July is when we'd start the road and utility project. We'd start the housing in August of 2025, and we'd complete the housing in September of 2026. That's a 13-month construction period. The town manager's office would head up the getting the occupants lined up for the project so that the building would be filled at time of completion. And that's going to be somewhat in flux because staffing needs change even year to year or 6 months to 6 months. So that would reside in the manager's department. With that, I would just turn it over to any questions that you may have. This is what the project looks like. It's tall and thin and with a shed roof.
Great. Thank you, Lance. Appreciate that. Any questions for Lance?
I have a question. You mentioned that this will be targeted at 120 AMI. Does that match the type of employees that we're trying to house there?
Good question. That will remain to be seen. It could be that the rents are actually lower on some units and higher for other units that more are commensurate with their exact wages. And also, some of these units will be used for like on-call. One thing I forgot to mention is that this will retire the 3 on-call units that we currently have, 1 in Shandoka and 2 in the Virginia Placer. Those would go back to the general public. So those on-call units would migrate into this project. So as far as what the AMI is for the on-call people, that's anyone's guess.
Any other questions?
It's on a similar sort of vein. So what you're saying is there might be a mix that averages out to 120% AMI is the general concept as we've sometimes done previously. Recently even Voodoo, I believe, had a mix like that. Tying that then to the unit type mixture, I know, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 5 or 6 new studio units in the Building F redevelopment? It's one of the 2 numbers.
5 new studio
Thank
units.
you. I also know that according to the manager's report, that 1 studio in the Voodoo apartments is not filled still.
I think it will be.
Okay, I hope so.
Aiden will.
The point being is I do have a little bit of concern in that front. I think that the way in which AMI levels break down when they can, depends on how you look at it, but they could be both more forgiving as far as qualification, but end up meaning higher out-of-pocket expenses for housing costs when you have just a single person household for it. So I'm raising this just as a little bit of concern that those unit types might be overrepresented in our current housing creation. And I would maybe wish to explore reconfiguring those units into 2 bedrooms specifically. I think would maybe be the easiest way to have a similar concept design, but without changing too much and actually addressing what seems to be the biggest segment of demand for our rental housing, which is 2 bedrooms. Those seem to be the easiest to fill. So my question is, do you agree with some of that assessment? Do you feel confident that those studio units will meet a demand that we have?
Well, again, this is intended for municipal operations. And in the event that the units are not if the town does not fill these units, then they would be open to the general public to be able to rent. As far as the demand for the different types of housing that we need, some of this program was derived out of meeting with the town staff. That's how the kind of the mini dorm came up. You know, that type of unit came up with that. Now, we can certainly combine the studio units. That would take some redesign. It wouldn't change the architecture. It will change the financing because you have slightly more revenue from 2 studio units or 2 one-bedroom units than you would from a 2-bedroom unit. Can also turn the mini dorms into 2-bedroom units very easily. You know, that's basically just taking some planned walls out. So we have that flexibility. It would be good to have that direction now. We would like to not see us delayed because we're, you know, looking at redesigning that way.
And I certainly don't want to delay, and broadly speaking, I'm of course very supportive of this project. I just feel concerned that we are not creating the housing that is actually desirable amongst our community. And I think we are seeing vacancies, and I don't wish to barrel forward on something that then
Mhm.
sits empty for long periods of times and puts our budgets out of where we need them to be.
But again, this project is mostly for on-call units for our staff or this, hosting
Sure, 2 to
consultants and stuff.
2 to
Which means that we're
4.
paying for it outright ourselves, correct?
Well, no, I think the
Which we are
people who
right
live
now.
there will pay rent, right?
We can let Zoe chime in. It looks like she's
Oh.
ready.
And so again, I think it just kind of reforming the history of this project and kind of where we are today. So the intention of this project, again, I forget when the conversation started, was this to be serving for town on-call and town staff. So the on-call units, that's why you see some subsidies from the capital fund, not just the affordable housing fund, for that potential usage from the on-call pieces. On-call units will most likely, like they do now out of our budget, it is paid for out of our budget. If there are uses that would consider rent, like seasonal employees or something like that, then maybe there is a rent aspect to it, but not necessarily would there be a revenue stream from an on-call unit, because they're most likely satisfying a town operational need. And then for the remaining long-term rental units, which would then satisfy the town staff housing requirements, that's who we've been speaking with from our staff on, understanding the needs of town staff and from a housing perspective is kind of where this has come from.
I guess I was unaware that the intention of this was to have it be entirely town staff. I knew about the on-call units and that need for those, and that those were going to be for people who, they're not going to necessarily live in Telluride that's not going to be their primary residence, but when they need to be on call for, 24 hours or 48 hours, that they're living in there so that they can be, much closer in proximity to where they're going on call.
Right.
I didn't, and maybe this was my own naivety, I did not know that the bulk of, or the entirety of this project was specifically for town staff. So that's maybe news to me, and I'm sorry if everyone else knew that and I didn't. But I thought that we were going to have the on-call units and then the rest would be like any of our other administered projects.
I feel like I can speak to that a little bit. So phase 2 involves 2A and 2B, and 2B would be for like open to the general public. But 2A was for municipal employees.
Okay.
So there's
that.
part of phase 2 that is like for the general public, but that's a separate building. There were 2 buildings involved in phase 2.
Right. I guess I thought that it was just the dorm shared on-call units that were going to be specifically designated for the town. I didn't realize the entirety of the
Yeah.
project was designated for town employees.
And this one's like closer to Public Works as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
so
why.
it was designed to house a lot of that staff.
Right.
Speaking from the HARC process and following it. Staff.
More of a municipal facility
Sure.
than a housing project.
I would like to clarify one thing, that's the 2B building is, as designed, is 9 2 bedrooms and 1 studio. So that goes to that unit mix. But we have said that that project would be, we are in discussions with the other taxing districts in the area to see if they wanted to master lease those units. Now, no final decisions have been made on that, but that was kind of one of the intentions of that project initially. Certainly, if there's a lack of demand from those other taxing districts, then that would go to the general public. But certainly, it's council's decision because ultimately it's a town asset and you guys would decide, as you are with this project, how it's best used. I think that having the flexibility on the 2A project to go into the general public with some of these units to fill unmet demands is a good thing. And when we were looking at this project a couple years ago, we were thinking it was all on staff, all on call. And what we're hearing is that we don't have quite that much demand for all this on-call type housing.
So we could have that flexibility.
Mhm.
Or is there any need to look at any type of an idea of having some of the next phase units, you get a unit or 2 in this building because that's obviously going to be delayed somewhat because of budgetary reasons?
You mean, say that again? Sorry.
So, because we're going to have,
Taxing authorities, right?
yeah, the other,
Oh, sure.
the other districts in the next phase, they might be put back a lot longer because of budgetary concerns. Is it worthwhile to take a unit out of this for that use as a swap to help that need since it's going to be pushed out? Or do we think that hopefully the delay won't be that long? I mean, tough for you to answer.
Now, I just might jump in again to provide that historical information. So the purpose of the taxing districts and the 2A
2B.
project, 2B project was again to partner with some of those taxing districts that also had a need for housing, but didn't have some of the resources like land and whatnot, but had funds and other things to help build those projects. So we put that RFP out on who would be interested. We hadn't selected anybody, but a lot of that had to do with the financing to help build that unit. So it wasn't necessarily just providing priority to those taxing districts, but more of a partnership. So I think developing that partnership would need necessary to understand who we're working with and who's willing to commit to that build. And then we can kind of work out what that additional
So
step.
keep them separate. And a delay is a delay. That's how it goes.
And let's see what happens.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
we
fine.
may feel, my recollection is we're gonna build this. We have had a lot of demand in the past, and I think we will in the future. But we are also seeing that demand is fluctuating. And so once it's finished, we're gonna have Town of Telluride needs be prioritized, and then we have a list of other people who are interested in units, and we would go to that next.
We'll
From other
know
tax interests, I would
pretty,
say.
the idea is while we're under construction, we will start lining up departments and uses for these different units. And we'll know if there's any gap in year 1 that needs to be filled either by the general public or perhaps going to the districts. Because that's another option that we could seek.
Okay. Any other questions?
So I don't know if Delaney's on the call. My concern still is with current vacancies we had in our current housing projects have gone through our entire wait list, offered them, and people haven't bought it. And if I'm incorrect on that,
Yeah, so for the studio, it was filled, then we had to evict that tenant, and now we have 2 people interested. If you're specifically talking about Voodoo, if there's others, I don't know.
there's
Okay.
obviously some, what's going on with, Sunny, I heard some things about Sunnyside, but this has not been confirmed to me, so I'm just
Okay.
asking.
Yeah, I don't, at this point, I don't have enough narrative to support that, other than some other nuances of transitions, but I don't think we have any, but I'll look into
And-
that a little bit further.
and that-
We gotta look at this project more as like a municipal infrastructure piece rather than a public housing project.
Okay, so do we sitting here today have the demand from our town employees and all of our, people that need housing internally as a municipal project to fill it as it sits, as it's being developed? Are we good?
From our conversations, yes. Obviously, it's a moving target on staffing and the needs of it, but I think yes will be the answer to that as we work through it.
Also,
This
just
is all resolved. This is the culmination, final peak, plan being presented from all of that feedback leading up to now. So it's not like we've just picked this design and now we're going to the department heads and saying, what do you need? That was part of the conversation the whole time.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like we had the people we're trying to house weigh in on the type of housing that best served them. And so I wouldn't want to go through and change that if the intention of what the needs were was already taken into consideration.
What about the cost? Everyone good with the cost too? Because I feel like we do all this stuff and there's like, yes, 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 people want it, people want it, people want it. And then to Dan's point, it's like, can they afford it? Is it reasonable to expect that they're going to move in? That would be my question for this, is that, okay, we know we have the numbers now from Lance about what the costs are going to be. Does that run up against what people can afford and are willing to pay in order to live in these units?
Yeah, I mean, when we were looking at these modeling, we did a lot of different scenarios, again, because we don't have specific people identified for these units, but you know, different salary grades and how that could work in some of these units. Some of them, you know, to Lance's point at 120 AMI, I think that's what we need to look at when we do have that final list of what that balance is, because those at a lower grade, maybe 20 AMI might be a little bit tight, but again, who's going to be ending up in these units and where is that going to fall? And maybe Lance, you can speak to that a little bit more eloquently than I can.
Yeah, and I think that what will happen, you have to feel comfortable moving forward that they're in the worst case scenario where you do not have enough town staff to fill this asset. Can you go out to the general public and is there demand at the 120 AMI for the types of units that are being presented here? Again, this is not that big of a project. And also hearing from like the local districts, as Teddy was referring to, they're expressing interest as well. So if this ends up being filled temporarily or for a few years by some of those uses, then that's a good place to go to see if you need to fill the units. The county has expressed interest on some of these units as well, you know, on the 2B. So I don't know if we're going to have necessarily a demand problem, but there will be this issue of when you're having a unit that's set aside for snowplow or for a wastewater treatment where the person, that's not their primary residence. That's a different type of housing that gets funded through a
Correct.
different fund. So it's not really coming from the affordable housing fund world. So it's a little
Or
bit
from
different of a hybrid.
Right.
Or
And-
from the renter, from the occupants'
Yes.
salaries.
No,
Yeah, and that's-
actually coming from those.
And that's what you had presented in where the money was coming from and
Yeah.
why there were different buckets.
One thing also that this does help with the goal that the council has and the town has about, you know, housing 30% of its employees in dedicated units. This adds to those unit supply. So that helps on that front as well. I forgot to mention that earlier. So it is, as I think Geneva said, this is kind of more of a municipal asset than it is, you know, like a traditional housing project.
Right. Any other questions for Lance?
I mean, the only thing I want to say to Dan's point is I share your concerns and I very much do want to address those in future projects as far as the unit type mix. But I think for this project, this does seem appropriate.
I mean, okay, yeah, I hear people saying trust the process, or, you know, I heard Geneva say explicitly, we'll figure it out, or I'm sorry, I forget what the exact phrase you used. That just gives me a lot of concern and hesitance. And I very much believe that there is a high degree of demand for affordable housing in our region. But what specifically that looks like has sort of become the topic of our day to day is a harder question than I think there was it was not that long ago that just yes, all types of housing, the better. And now I think we have to be a little more targeted and smart and understand the trade-offs with each minute decision on it. So I have expressed my hesitancy. I'm on the record for that. I hope I'm wrong, and we'll see. So.
Just so I understand, Dan, is it again, and maybe it's both, is it the AMI you'd like to see lower or more variety in unit types, or?
It is more the variety in unit types, and then what the actual rent would be compared to what other options are available. And I'll just frankly say, I think, you know, the reason why some of the units in Voodoo have become so hard to fill or have been difficult to fill is the high cost for people amongst all the other qualifications. So I am just a little concerned that we are going to be in a similar situation of a high cost unit in a less ideal part of town with the equally high amount of hoops that people have to qualify through. There's not a specific thing saying we have to stop or we must totally re-examine. These are just some of the, we're doing this on the fly a little bit, and these are some of the things that I am seeing, I am hearing certainly from my community. And I feel like this is an opportunity to express it, because really this is the only time we've really looked at this specific project. We've talked about the financing and some of the broad stroke things, but as far as seeing a floor plan here and what this actually is going to look like and how the actual specifics are going to shake out, this is the only time. And so I would be remiss if I didn't express some of those concerns that I've had and I've heard from other community members.
And I agree with Dan's point and think that for future projects, it's really important to do that. But this one, what I hear from Zoe is that they kind of got this figured out and have a pretty good idea that it's going to be utilized to its fullest. And things change and you can't guarantee that. But because this is a narrower focus than Voodoo, I'm more in line to trust Zoe and move forward. But knowing that Dan's point, especially as we do more projects in the future of trying to really double down on unit size, on tiers, AMI calculations, things like that is really important, because we don't want to build stuff that's vacant.
Yeah.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the qualification standards for this development are different from our other housing because it's intended for seasonal workers. Is that?
Oh, well, there's a lot of reasons, but yes,
Yeah,
it's not
different.
the guideline type of
Right.
project that you guys were looking at before for necessary reasons. You're using this for recruitment, for example. You're using it for visiting consultants, referees, but also staff members that maybe needing a place to land right away. I guess that's the tenure thing. So I think a lot of the hurdles that
I
happen
think
to
we can
Voodoo.
really look at this. This is not
Right.
big capital letters, affordable housing project. This is
Yeah.
a town of Telluride housing facility that we are going to use for a variety of municipal uses. The 120% AMI thing is to put into perspective to us what it's going to cost and what the subsidies of the rent would be. But many of the people who are going to sleep there are not going to be paying that rent. They're going to be staying there overnight for their on-call thing. That's why we have the dorm concept. Or they are going to be starting a new job with the town and needing a place to be for 6 months until they find another a house to buy or something of that nature. And so it would be temporary. So it's not the same kind of qualification process. Like this would be a town project. And that's why the funding is not, some of it's coming from the Affordable Housing Fund, but certainly not all of it. And if we are in a position where and we have met about this a lot of times. This isn't the only time we've talked about this. This went through a long process, and like some other projects that we've dealt with at the town level was discussed years ago and has finally come to fruition now. And it's natural to be like recapping how we got here, but I don't think it's fair to say that this is the only time we've seen this or this concept or understood what it's for. It's been, in review for years at this point.
I haven't seen a unit mix or the breakdown or the AMI targets until now. We've
The unit
discussed.
mix we discussed in THA subcommittee multiple times with this,
Yeah.
with our projects team.
We showed a Unimix actually last November, but to Dan's point, you have to see all these things together to understand the package. So the Unimix has not changed for a little while.
Well, and so just like continue, I do think 2B addresses some of your unit type concerns. I think 2B really responded to what we learned from the last couple of projects and is almost entirely 2-bedroom units. And that is for the general public or a special taxing district potentially. But so I think your concerns are valid and I think they're being addressed in the bigger picture. But this particular building doesn't, I don't think this is where the solution lies. I think this has a different intention.
Yeah.
And I think sounds like a lot of feedback and consideration was taken into designing what type of units fit what the need of this particular build is.
And keep in mind, a lot of department heads were consulted on this to make sure it would fit. So it's not just coming from Zoe or just coming from Lance. I mean, I think it's either you're for it or you want to change it. And that's, because we've heard a couple council member question what it was about and they might want to change it in some certain degree. And that's where we're at. And I think it's time to figure out which direction we want to go as a group. Before we get to that point and some final discussions, before I ask for a motion, it is an action item. So I will check to see if there's anyone in the room for public comment on this. Seeing none. Tiffany, anybody online?
Any hands raised online?
Okay. So any further discussion? I mean, I think it's, again, and maybe the motion or lack thereof will speak volumes on how we want to move forward as a council. Unless the majority want to make changes right now, and that's whether it's straw poll and a motion that dies, great. If not, motion to move forward, great. And then see where it goes. Any other further comments? Seeing that,
Well, hold on. Okay. I'm just trying to, again, I'm a little bit, this project is giving me a little bit of anxiety just because I feel like I've heard kind of two differing things. I've heard on the one hand that we've, done all this research internally from all of our, department heads and got all these people lined up that want to live here. But also if none of that works out, even though we've got all of this information, then we're just going to open it up and let people move in and we'll just kind of roll the dice with that. So I don't love approving these things without having a clear, okay, here's the debt, here's how these different, here's the projected income from each of these units, what the rent is projected to be at in order to cover this debt. We're kind of just here's this, we're targeting 120 AMIs. It would be just nice to because otherwise you're having to sit here and try and do mental math or try and calculate how much our rent's going to be or whatever. It sounds like from what I'm hearing is a lot of the income for this to cover this project is actually going to be coming directly from the taxpayers through, different housing
like it is
department
currently for our on-call units. So this is not a practice that we're not doing currently. We're moving those on-call units to this facility.
moving 3 on-call units to this facility.
But there was a need for that. The need was growing in certain aspects. The ability for some of our operational needs like umpires or seasonal swim staff, the housing was becoming harder and harder, and there isn't other things available for that type of operational need.
So it just feels like saying okay, this is targeted, the target is 120% AMI. That kind of seems like silly information to have because that's not really what it is. I think it would have been more helpful to show okay, we're going to have these units, for instance, if they are for traveling umpires, the assumption would be that then Parks and Rec would be participating to pay for that unit. I'm a little bit befuddled about how everything is going to get paid because it seems like what happens if we have these things for 6-month period or for on-call or whatever, At the end of the day, when it shakes out, who is going to pay for it? How is it going to get paid? What happens if these units are vacant because they need to be held for, new people coming in or whatever like that? Then that's just money that we're paying. I'm trying to figure out what levers are getting pulled to pay for the cost of the building.
So one way to think about this is that we don't know exactly how the departments are going to use specific units. But there will be an obligation to make the debt service payments. We size the debt at a 120 AMI because you need to know at what level of income do you need to have come in to satisfy a $5.2 million COP. So that's how we backed into the the subsidy amount. So really it comes down to a departmental type of thing. And you guys look at the town budget each year to approve things. So the numbers that Zoe or the units that Zoe was talking about, that's already in these budgets. If for example, if this was going to be used by a wastewater employee, well, that wastewater employee would be paying rent. But if they're helping that person out with their rent, that would come out of the wastewater fund. Because we have value in having that type of employee close to where they work. So there is value to these things, and it does cost money. Somebody will be paying the debt service on this. The reason we also sized it at 120 was because we felt that that was a comfortable demand area, and I know Dan may have some disagreements with that. I think at the 120, there is demand. I don't think at 140, you'll be seeing a new housing needs assessment soon. There's demand across all income groups. Certainly at 140, you start reducing the demand pool quite a bit. At 120, yeah, the demand goes down somewhat. But I don't know if we have a situation where these units would not be filled, because again, it's not that many units. It's only the incremental difference between the town units and the ones that would be going to the general public on. But you're right, this is an operational expense of the town of Telluride. And Zoe and I were going, and we look at all these numbers and we run these numbers through to come up with theoretical amounts of what a certain department might need to be coming up with, or a certain part of the town budget. But we don't know exactly what those departmental demands are going to be until we get closer to completion of the project. I think you'll need to feel comfortable that worst case scenario, would this asset be filled at the 120 AMI level if there were no town employees at all? Because that's really where this project would go if there was no demand for town employees and you still need to make the debt service. But if the town is using this as a municipal facility, then there's going to be a cost associated with that, not any rent that they would be charging the occupants.
And is it safe to say that with the existing units we use, knowing the use that they get, demand we cannot provide, that's a part of the reason of where this design came up with, and you're comfortable with it? And what you can't say is I guarantee it, because things change, both housing needs in the shorter term and longer term, but you've got enough data from those existing units to feedback from department heads to come up with this concept.
Over the course of several years and multiple re-engaging conversations, the need is definitely there. I know we keep talking about the fluctuating demand of the town on this. And again, that's just because the demand does fluctuate on what the needs are. And so there does need to be a level of flexibility utilizing this as a town facility to meet those potential fluctuating demands, such as, new recruitments that we need to house people, or if there is a increase in parks programming coming up, or whatever that looks like into the future. But the way that Lance has presented it in the ratio of on-call versus this longer term rental aspect is, again, falls back to that financing piece of having that revenue source for the project as well. So it's kind of a balance of all of those things.
So I think we're at the same point we were a few moments ago of saying you're comfortable with staff's direction from the research they have and the data that we have from similar units that are currently in the pool, or you don't like it and you want to see more of a concrete change. You don't know what that change is. And the only way we're going to figure that out is a motion and a vote. Because we're just going around and we're starting to go around in circles a little bit. And I think it's as simple as if someone wants to make a motion and it passes, we'll know based on what that motion is, what our direction is, and if there's discontent within this project, within council, to revisit it or not. And that's great if that's the direction that we give. But I think at this point in time, we have enough information to each council person has enough information to make a decision which way they want to go. And if you don't, please say so. Seeing that, I would entertain a motion.
All right, I'll move to direct the town to proceed with and make expenditures for the Virginia Placer Phase 2A housing project as set forth herein, and authorize the town manager to execute Part 2 of the design build contract with a proposed contract sum of $6,465,400 with Shaw Builders LLC for the Virginia Placer Phase 2A housing project.
We have a motion from Geneva and a second from Elena. Geneva, how do you vote?
Maybe yes.
Elena, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, no.
Oh, God. Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved, 5 with 1 vote dissenting. Thank you guys very much.
Yep, thanks.
That brings us to agenda item number 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority, which then takes us to administrative reports. Agenda item number 11, and with that, we'll hand it off 11A for the town manager's report with Zoe Denal.
Great, thank you. So for today's manager's report, I'll start with communications. Another reminder, of the joint merchant meeting. So the town of Mountain Village and Telluride will host its first joint merchant meeting on Tuesday, June 10th at 11 a.m. And this will, this collaboration will include marketing and lodging pace, insights from the tourism board, air service, flight updates from the Colorado Flight Alliance, town updates from both Telluride and Mountain Village, and Team V's latest economic snapshot and vibrancy initiatives, and more opportunity to collaborate with our merchants up in the Mountain Village. Another reminder for the Lift 7 neighborhood planning. So the town staff has also continued our public engagement efforts related to Lift 7 redevelopment with a public open house planned on the 10th from 5:30 to 7:30. This event will offer an opportunity for resident stakeholders to view the conceptual plans and provide input. Engagement up to this point has largely consisted of stakeholders, so those that are immediately impacted in the vicinity. So we highly encourage the public to come to this engagement, businesses, residents of affordable housing, anyone in this community to please participate, June 10th, and that will be held at, more information on that is at bit.ly-chair7 Carhinge. And I know more communication is to come out to follow, so hopefully you can't miss that one. Telluride Gondola Station planning also is continuing with another pop-up on Wednesday, June 11th from 2 to 4 in Oak Street Gondola Plaza, followed by a community open house from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Camel's Garden Hotel. These events are part of the broader planning efforts to improve the gondola station and the surrounding public spaces. So this is Telluride's engagement for the stations apart from the larger gondola planning. The wayfinding, placemaking, and signage project. So the internal reviews are underway for the updated town-wide wayfinding signage. Again, this project aims to enhance navigation and consistency throughout Telluride for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. Staff is working with the design consultants to finalize sign styles, placement strategies, and accessibility considerations. Public updates will be shared this summer with the installation anticipated in fall of 2025. And there you can learn more at bit.ly-tot wayfinding. With that, Engage Telluride, just as a reminder, is the town's central platform for learning about projects and sharing feedback. So engagetelluride.org. So I just encourage everyone to continue to explore active initiatives, participate in surveys, and stay informed about what's happening in our community. From housing development, I won't go through all of our great projects. We have the Canyonlands Tower House public-private partnership, though, and that is still under construction with a approximate completion date for March 2026. Our Shandoka Building Phase 2 is also currently under construction with a anticipated completion date of November 2025. All of these are going great work thanks to our great housing team. As we discussed for the Voodoo Employee Rental Housing Project, all of those units now have interest or are occupied. The youth center is now open, and the tenant improvements for the commercial space is well underway. And we are looking forward to see that project almost nearly completed.
Zoe, can I interrupt you for a second?
Please.
I would love just to confirm specifically to the occupied units in Voodoo, where we stand and where we're negotiating at. I just love that often I hear from constituents about how half the damn project's vacant, and things
Yeah.
like that. And people
Yeah.
just like talking about misinformation.
Yeah.
So for the public listening, I'd love for this is how many people are actively in units in Voodoo, and this is how many are vacant and that we're negotiating on.
Sure. And I hate to might have more information if I don't do that service. As a reminder, the Voodoo project had a lot of different qualifications that we had not seen before, such as the 3-year mark, no dogs allowed, some of the income pieces. And as we've worked through that, we've been able to see a lot of nearly fully occupied. There are only, I feel like, how many units? I
So
don't
there
know.
were 3 that were vacant recently, the 3-bedroom, the 2-bedroom mental health unit, and the studio that was left. The person departed to buy a house. The 3-bedroom went under contract tomorrow. The 2-bedroom unit that you guys just released for mental health has an active application that will be approved once this is formalized. And the studio has 2 people who are applying for it.
Great. And the studio really doesn't count because we had someone in there and they bought a place, which is exactly what we want to happen.
Mhm.
Great. Thank you for that. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Zoe.
Oh,
I
that's
just
great.
know that people like to talk.
Yes, and then, there's always circulation within housing, and so I appreciate that opportunity. As we continue with the Lift 7 neighborhood planning, as I mentioned, we have the public houses. So again, please show up on June 10th. This will also be in discussion for not only the Car Hinge redevelopment, which as a reminder is 200 to 300 housing units, 10,000 to 20,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial space, and community sporting accommodations and childcare. We'll also be discussing as part of that the Lot L redevelopment. So that is that Shandoka parking lot with the conceptual 900 vehicle parking structure, 30 to 40 housing units, and approximately 2,000 square feet of commercial space and a childcare facility. So please show up and show your interest and questions. The housing needs assessment was discussed several times today. We are nearing the final report. I did just get an email that we most likely will be looking at a joint meeting, but maybe not on the June 9th date, but one nearly following. So that will be coming to the public here soon. And there's more information as the San Miguel Region Housing Authority is leading that on their website. For community services, we've already touched on Voodoo. Staff continues to process applications to match eligible tenants with available housing throughout all of our housing projects. Also, another shout out for childcare, Lane's Place program opening. So Lane's Place, which is specifically for toddlers ages 1 through 3, currently has openings following a recent transition of children in preschool programs. So there are daily availabilities with limited space on Thursdays. So please reach out to childcare at telluride-co.gov. And to learn more about enrollment, you can also visit bit.ly at TOT Childcare. For finance, just going over our sales tax and RET reports. So for RET, real estate transfer tax, revenues through April are at 37% of budget, which closely aligns with being 34% through the year. For sales tax, February sales tax revenues collected in March have increased by 3% overall. Retail in town has decreased by 6% compared to 2024, and out-of-town retail has increased by 38%. While retail food and beverage sales have increased by 1%, revenues from lodging, property management, and short-term rentals have also grown by 13% year over year. For the short-term rental excise tax for affordable housing, this revenue source has increased by 27.3% in March compared to 2024. And for the town lodgers tax, the revenue from this source has increased by 18.6% for March compared to 2024. From our historic preservation planning and building team, the applications are now being accepted for the 2025 Telluride Preservation Awards. And the deadline for submitting those nominations is Thursday, June 12th at 4 p.m. Planning Division, we've already welcomed Ben to our team as the new Planner 2. And the building official and inspector are finalizing reviews and proposed amendments to the 2024 International Code Council building codes, which are expected to be adopted by town later this year. From the Marshal's Department, just wanted to put out there that we are looking to increase with the increased bike use during the summer months, the Marshals Department has implemented enhanced enforcement to ensure safe cycling behavior. Additionally, new signage is now placed on town pathways within Town Park to communicate updated regulations. All electric bikes must be pedal, so no throttle. And electric motorized scooters, motorcycles, dirt bikes, and one-wheelers are prohibited. There's a 7-mile-per-hour speed limit, and motorized vehicles are strictly prohibited in Town Park Field and the skate park. And again, all of these actions aim to maintain safety and shared use of the public spaces. Also from Parks and Rec, from our facilities and park maintenance team, and we'll get a little bit more on this later on as Ryan is on the line to talk about the warming hut and washstand projects and the shed project. There's a new sidewalk, curb, gutter, and valley pan between the pool fence and the pavilion entrance, improving the pedestrian access and stormwater management. For facilities operations, Town Park Campground opened for the season on May 16th, and the reservation booking windows are posted on the town's website. The second window, covering dates from June 23rd to August 6th, open on May 20th. And the Town Park, it will open for the summer on May 30th. So it's open with full facility schedule available online. Seasonal beautification efforts are underway with flower baskets and planters scheduled for installation along Colorado Avenue the week of June 9th. For recreation programming, registration is currently open for several spring and summer programs, including youth baseball, swim team, adult softball, and additional registration for swim lessons will be open in early June. And then for special events, we know in May there were several special events, and coming up here, we have the Huck Finn Day on June 7th and the Balloon Festival June 6th through the 8th, and Kodo Live at the Drive on June 6th. So the Parks and Rec team continues to support event coordination, permitting, and on-site logistics. And finally, just to touch on Public Works and their construction updates. For the Main Street accessibility improvements, construction continues on these ADA accessibility ramp installations as part of the Main Street accessibility project. Ramps the southwest and southeast corners of Colorado and Pine, as well as North Mid-Block on Colorado and Spruce, are now complete. Crews will begin work on Oak Street North Side Mid-Block and Pine Street North Side from May 27th through June 6th, and First Street is the next in the project sequence. Pedestrian access to all businesses remain open. Detour signage is posted, and we're looking to put additional wayfinding signage out, and crews are working to minimize disruptions. I do want to give a huge shout out to Kyle and to Justin on our team, who has been working all of the hours and to make themselves as available as they can to event promoters, to businesses, to anyone on the street to see the success of this project. And they're working diligently to make this as the least impactful as it possibly can. So again, a huge, huge, huge shout out to our team on that. For the Pacific Avenue improvements, the complete street projects along Pacific Avenue continues. Telluride Gravel has completed the concrete work on South Talboy Street and will now prepare the surrounding area for the road reconstruction. The sidewalk on the north side of South Pacific between Tomboy and Davis has been demolished and is being formed for the new concrete installation. On the south side, the clearing and replanting activities are recurring simultaneously, and parking on the West Pacific remains impacted with affected residents temporarily allowed to park in the car hinge lot. And for both of these, you can visit our engaged sites for bit.ly-TOT Main Streets for the accessibility improvements and bit.ly-TOT Pacific Ave for that project. We're also continuing crack seal and on the spur and bike path repairs. So we've completed crack sealing on the spur bike path near Mahoney Drive, and work will continue on paved streets within the past 4 years as part of the town's annual maintenance program. And the 2025 paving program. So TGI, Telluride Gravel, will lead the 2025 paving program, which includes resurfacing priority streets identified in the 2024 Pavement Condition Index study. The project will be conducted in 2 phases, spring, starting in June, and fall, early October. And the work includes milling and overlay for Prospect Avenue, Smulders Avenue, East Pacific Avenue, Tonson Street, including the intersection with Columbia, Pine Street, and several intersections of East Colorado Avenue. And the notices will be issued once street schedules are finalized. Finally, for streets and utilities, we have the Mahoney Bridge project, and we are currently at the 30% concept design, is expected this summer with environmental review and final design work to continue through 2025. This again is to improve the road alignment, flood resilience, and pedestrian safety. And the Public Works Facility Phase 1 expansion, which includes new offices, staff facilities, and relocation of Streets and Utilities Division. Right now, with the FTA grant, which has been awarded, is on hold pending confirmation of pending confirmation. So Phase 2, which is including material storage and fuel systems, expanding parking, will kick off this year while we wait for Phase 1. And also just update the East End traffic calming. So those seasonal water barricades have been reinstalled to improve traffic safety on the East End. We are currently working with Public Works and the Marshal's Department to continue to evaluate long-term solutions there. And for the wastewater division, the sanitary sewer rehabilitation project, our contractor C&L is inspecting and cleaning sewer lines in preparation for the trenchless pipelining. And these repairs will reduce the groundwater infiltration and extend the lifespan of aging infrastructure. So residents in the affected area have received direct mailers outlining the work and schedule, but all can go to bit.ly/TOT sewer lining for more information. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Great, Zoe. Thank you very much. Any questions for Zoe?
All right, well then I'd love to move on and allow, we have Ryan McGovern to talk to us about the seasonal winter community housing program, as well as giving us updates on the warming HUD and shed.
Great. We'll have Ryan step on up. And just a reminder to everyone listening online that you can always go to the town website for Zoe's town manager report if you've missed any of those wonderful details. Ryan, thank you for your time today.
Yeah, good afternoon.
And we'll take the update on the 2024-25 seasonal winter community housing program.
Yeah, so we filled 8 of 9 available spots this winter. We did have 2 folks move out early. So the demand was a bit less this year than it had been in previous years. So in future years, we'll be looking to maybe see how we can drum up more interest. We have had many reoccurring tenants there over the years, and we lost a number of those this year. So we opened it up to some new folks, and some folks stayed the whole winter and some left a little early. And yeah, but all in all successful. And I think the people who live there greatly appreciate having the space.
It's great.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for you. Do you know, I think the 2 people that vacated were Telsky employees.
That is correct.
Did they just leave town or did they find other housing? I'm just curious.
They both left town, to my understanding.
Great.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
And we also have Delaney online as well. Are there any questions for Ryan or Delaney on this program?
I have just a quick question. Obviously, this program takes place in the park parking lot, which, as we know, the park gets a lot less use compared to its use in the summertime. And so keeping people there year round is just not feasible because of the nature of that space. Has there been any, ask or demand for this style of housing or this type of housing to be available to individuals year round? Or has everyone that's been there been pretty happy with it just being for the winter?
I'm sure all those people would love a summer location. I believe from the start of this program, all those options were discussed. I just think it was really challenging to find a summer location that we could also install the infrastructure necessary for providing a safe location. So
It's just something interesting to think about as council as we go forward, that, this having a space where this could be made available to community members year round, especially as, housing costs increase significantly, that this might be a better option for a lot of people. And, historically, there were spaces like this many moons ago in Telluride where people had campers or buses or stuff like that set up for cheap living. So again, not saying that, it's something that we need to discuss right now, but just something to think about in the
Mhm.
future, that if we were to find a space where people could have this style of living year round, might be something interesting to discuss.
And I will say, as being the chair of Parks and Rec, when this first pilot program was done, is that certainly within the Parks and Recreations assets, we looked at every possible location for winter or year round or other uses, and simply put, for not the towns, but for Parks and Rec, we just didn't have any of the room without significant changes like use of the south side of the campground, which was pretty much told no, and some other things. So I know,
I'm not necessarily saying specifically the Parks and
Yeah.
Rec property, but just town assets in general, or private, yeah, or regional areas or something like that, just to throw it out there.
yep, I just was speaking of Parks and Rec because it is a Parks and Rec program now. Dan?
One other note on future improvements was suggestion of adding a rule that camping units must be hard sided, so no pop-ups inside of it. Is that intended for for our tenants' comfort? Because that part of.
Yeah, so this year, well, this year for the first year, we had a camping unit that was partially canvas, so like a pop-up with the screen, and most RVs don't provide a lot of R value to begin with, and that canvas really doesn't provide much of an R value. I just think for health and safety, it's probably not the best option. We can definitely continue with a vinyl sided option if people feel like that's best, but.
I mean, I'm for people letting make their own decisions, and I've said from the get-go that this is not something I would necessarily pursue myself, but I think that the demand is still there, and if people get by being in that frigid environment with that, to me, let them, if it doesn't cause problems for Parks and Rec.
Yeah,
or your
and
staff.
I think also we were analyzing it from a utility perspective.
The amount of energy consumed to keep those spaces warm is probably
Yeah.
significantly higher.
Yeah, maybe there could be a higher rate for that or something. I mean, most of these units use close to or more than what they pay in monthly rent, just in electric usage a lot of times. So, yeah.
What's R value? You said R value?
And just like the insulation in campers are not, there's not a lot of insulation in campers.
Okay.
So we provide them power so they have a safe way to heat the space. So they're not having to run propane and have the
Was it
off gassing and stuff.
R value or the letter R value?
Letter R.
Letter R.
The letter R. Sorry,
Okay.
but insulation.
Rating for insulation.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I needed. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Ellen and I don't camp as much as most people.
Know that.
Any other questions for Ryan? Ryan, thank you very much for the community housing program debrief. Delaney, thanks for chiming in. We have Doug Tooley's hand raised. I'll take a comment from him if it's on this topic, and remind Doug Tooley if no other comments for agendized items.
Yes, there are a variety of soft-sided options. You have pop-up campers where just the part that pops up is soft-sided. And am I speaking? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Continue.
And there are also insulated versions of those available. So you do have a full range. So that's my comment on this subject. And, I'm still wondering why this particular approach has not been expanded. For winter use, the county has the Down Valley Park, which at first glance would appear to be compatible to this approach. Although the bathroom may need some winterizing and you might need shower access in Town Park. And then during the summer, it's basically unlimited. Summer, you can solve your employment issues very quickly. Thank you.
Doug, thank you very much. We will now move on to 11A2 and have Ryan give us a brief update on the progress of the Town Park warming hut and wash stand project.
Awesome. So I don't know if Tiff, you can show some of the pictures, but yeah, this project started mid to late October and we built through the winter. I felt like we got really lucky with the weather a little bit this year. But the project was very intensive with underground utilities, And then we started framing the building in January, and we're getting very close to opening. We're currently scheduled to open the restrooms this Saturday for Huck Finn, and Huck Finn will be storing some stuff in the warming hut, which is more of that community space. We will then roll shortly into Bluegrass, so we'll open for community use after Bluegrass. Also on the south side of the building, we have the commercial dishwashing, which replaces the old wash stand. And Bluegrass will be using that first. And then we also have in the middle, where the garage door is, a new Zamboni area, along with the mechanical room for the building. If you guys remember, we now have 2 electric Zambonis. So one will be stored at the pavilion and plugged in and conditioned year round, and then the other one will be stored in this location year round and conditioned for batteries. Yeah, but yeah, like kind of kept a lot of the original charm of the warming hut, while also making it much brighter and good views out of the windows and
Views are insane.
improved accessible bathrooms. And yeah, really, really happy with how it's turned out so far. And yeah, welcome you all to stop by in the upcoming weeks to check it out.
It's a
It's really
great,
pretty, Ryan.
it's a,
Mhm.
you've
I
done
did
a
a great
wonderful
job.
job. Is there going to be any type of official ceremony opening for a building like this? That's pretty cool.
We don't currently have anything planned for that.
Eddie wants a
Yeah.
I mean, I brought the big scissors when we opened the skateboard park. You know, I was able to borrow those from my friends up at TMVA.
I think that's
Uh,
something we could consider,
You don't
obviously.
need to go, but I mean, this is a, you know, we should be very proud of this facility
Yeah.
and show it off and
Very cool community
and,
asset.
and because it's not only is it a community asset, I think with the planning process and how well it turned out, I don't know, just a thought, doesn't matter to me, but
I think we can definitely,
Yeah, there we go.
but I do appreciate the huge thanks to Ryan, and I'll reiterate that on how much work and extra work, and obviously things like this take a lot of people, but with someone with a passion and a vision to see it through to the standard that we have here for the community to live on really falls in the hands of Ryan. So a huge, huge thank you to him on that.
nice job, Ron. And also say thanks to Frank Henson and his
Yeah.
contracting company. They did a wonderful job. That brings us to 11.3A, and that's the Shed Youth Hangout Project update.
Yeah, so this project started construction. Well, we kind of started back up construction in January. We finished some of the white box components, the generic commercial space, and then rolled right into the tenant finish, which we completed just at the end of April, beginning of May. We had an amazing kind of grand opening for that one on May 2nd, where we had a ton of community members, members from the different governments who helped support this project. This project was both in operating, but also in tenant finish cost, were a joint effort between the town of Telluride, town of Mountain Village, and San Miguel County. And we immediately started programming on Monday, May 5th. We were doing 5 days a week of programming until school got out, and last weekend we started 6 days of programming. So their CTC is the partner organization who has the lease that you guys approved earlier and is overseeing the programming of the space. And I would say they've been crushing it from that perspective. So yeah, it's a really neat project to see come to fruition and get used. And I think the first week of programming, they had over 40 unique kids show up that week, and many of them were reoccurring users, and that was during like finals week. So hopefully it'll just continue to get more and more popular.
It's another well-done space. It's really cool.
Yeah, another great thank you to Ryan.
Ryan, thank you again. That brings us to 11A.
Dan Hansa.
Oh, sorry.
It's so minor, but it's just a thought that's occurred to me since I now live in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Some sort of signage on that trash enclosure that was just up on there that says this is for residents or the youth center hangout only. I've just noticed since the free box is right there also, members of the public get in there. I know we've had a couple of issues already with trash and bears in that area. So something to help preemptively do that is more of a note for the manager's office maybe. But
And I have had some conversations with Fernando, my counterpart, who manages the rest of the building. We talked about some options for potentially some gates, locked gates, cameras. We did put in some infrastructure for camera on that space as well. So I'll touch base with him again and see where we're at. But we've talked about some options, and I think we can definitely accomplish some of that.
Thanks, everything's wonderfully, it's all great, just a minor.
Yeah,
small
no,
notice.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Thank
Ryan,
you.
once again, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Ryan.
Then so it's just back to you for 11A4 construction update.
I added the construction update to the manager's report. So unless you want me to repeat it.
Oh, that we are good. That brings us to 11B, attorney's report. Kev, do you have anything for us?
I just have one matter. Since the last council meeting, we were served with a new Rule 106 lawsuit against the town of Telluride and the applicant at 129 North Aspen Street. You'll recall this was the original Hark chair, then it went up to the Hark full board. Then an appeal came to you at your March 2025 meeting. I think that was on the 13th of March. Appeal where you affirmed the prior decisions or the lower decisions. Nevertheless, that was taken up on appeal into district court. We have outside counsel that will represent the town, and we will file our answer in about 2 weeks, which is the deadline, and then we'll be set for a briefing schedule with the district court.
That's it.
That's it.
Great. Kevin, thank you very much. That'll bring us to 11C. And we will do our council reports, and we will start to my right with Helena.
Yeah, so I had a Hark meeting, and there's a lot going on, but there's a few things I wanted to focus on. You already mentioned the 2025 Preservation Awards. Those are open for submissions. We did have an update from Lindsay, and for the wayfinding with Hark, and Hark is very interested in incorporating the historic information signage into this new wayfinding system. So they're sort of like working on what copy they would want. It seems like it's a little far out in terms of priorities, but at some point, probably phase 3 of the wayfinding update, they'll start to look at some of that signage as well. I do want to talk specifically about a work session, or well, the San Juan Village lots, which are the lots across from across from Clark's, like next to the high school field. Those are there's a development application for those. And since they're kind of the entry to town, there's been a lot of emphasis on what that looks like. And basically the update there is that it seems like they've more or less been hitting the mass and scale that Hark wants them to have, with some minor adjustments. But overall, I think those have really hit the right tone and didn't have a ton of complaints from the Hark board. So that was great to see something, kind of the first time we saw it already really have the right look. And then the other thing I wanted to specifically talk about was there was a Froome building work session. And that was a long discussion. There are some concerns about a historic shed being located in the center of a lot, like we kind of requested next to the courthouse building. Historically, sheds are in alleys, and that was something that was a concern by members of the public, but also by the board itself. They seem to think that that was an inappropriate location to receive the historic shed that we were talking about moving. Some members of the board don't want the third story of that building to be visible from the pedestrian view. So that would really alter what the design that we've been looking at so far. They are concerned about kind of continuing that 3-story plane from the Miramonte building, which was in the design that we looked at. Yeah, the concern was that the difference in material and window pattern wasn't enough to break up that visual mass of 3 stories kind of extending across what's a few normal lot sizes. they felt that the foundation at the parking area is not on pedestrian scale. If you remember, we kind of had that lifted parking, and they were concerned about that. There's also that 3-story tower where the elevator is going to be, and that was also a concern, to have that 3-story tower. So there are definitely a lot of feedback. It was just a work session, but I think with some of the concerns from the board, kind of shrinking that mass and scale down is going to affect the usability of the building. So just want to kind of bring that to your attention, because there is a certain point where if that building gets shrunk, it no longer is useful for its intended purpose. So I think that's just something that we should be aware of. And yeah, just wanted to flag that. I also had a CAFE meeting, and just a few things to report from that. There's a new recovery access fund through Tri-County Health. It's 24 sessions per year for substance abuse challenges, and it kicks off June 1st. You can go to tchnetwork.org/RAF and ask to apply. And there is just a question about substance abuse versus recovery. So that just be prepared for that question. But that program is open as of now. CAFE has updated their website thanks to volunteer work from our very own Lindsay Mills. So just want to give a little shout out to her and to everyone to check out the new CAFE website. And that's really all I feel like I need to report from that meeting. So yeah, I think that's all I have.
Eleanor, thank you. Geneva?
Yeah, I think my main report is just going to be that we have a Telluride Housing Authority subcommittee meeting tomorrow. We will be continuing to discuss the updates to the deed restricted ownership guidelines. So anybody who owns deed restricted or is interested in that category, it would be great to tune in. And then separate from, and that will be tomorrow. We're starting early, but probably we'll get to the guidelines portion around 10 o'clock. And that will be here in Rebecca Hall, or you can join by Zoom. And then I also just wanted to throw out that Kodo is doing a Live at the Drive free concert for the community on Friday in front of the station, in partnership with Hispanic Heritage Month. We will have music by Alberto and beats by Lart, which is Luis, and along with empanadas and churros and all the other drinks as well. So the free community events, I feel like, are important to make sure everybody knows about so they can gather.
Great. Awesome. Look forward to the Kodo event. That's for sure. Mia?
Okay. Eleanor reported on CAFE, and so I'm just going to report on Colorado Flight Alliance, which we had a board meeting. We reviewed the past season, so the past winter season, and looked towards summer. And the thing that is nice to see is that we are tracking pretty much spot on to where we were last year as well. So everything is looking pretty nice and stable. There was a little bit of an uptick and bump in bookings for us for summer. It started off a little bit slower, but we had a little bit of a jump up there. So everything is looking to kind of track the same as it always has. And that's reflective in a lot of our other occupancy numbers that the tourism board is reporting as well. But the main focus, I think, of the meeting was really in looking at our winter 2025-26 plan, and the flights that we're looking to work with and bring in. There's going to be some adjustments on the Breeze flight from Southern California. And we will be bringing in additional Southwest flights, and then adjusting some of the United, American, and Denver Air flights as well to more accurately reflect the usability that we've seen from the visitors and the people that are traveling on those flights. And then I did also sit and attend the gondola station planning meeting, which was not necessarily a committee of mine, but is tangential. But during that process, we worked with the town's consultants to take a look at the potential options for the redevelopment of Gondola Plaza down here at Oak Street. Looked through a number of different building designs and focused on the value drivers that the community have were able to present to us during our last open house, and then get input from the people that were attending the meeting, the public that was there, as well as staff. And it's a really exciting process. And so when those next meetings come up, we'd love to have a little bit more public engagement. So we'll make sure to publicize that even further.
Great. Mian, thank you very much. Ashley.
I am gonna just talk to you guys about gondola subcommittee meeting that we had. Mian just talked about some station planning stuff that we did, stakeholders for the town of Telluride specific. And then we did have a gondola subcommittee meeting on Monday, the 19th. I would say, you know, the bulk of that meeting was just discussing the San Sofia station and kind of, you know, the collaborative look at that space as it's not specifically designated to one town or the other, and kind of what that is going to look like. It also has some very specific you know, design needs in that it is the best location for our gondola storage system, which in a new gondola system is going to be really crucial just for the maintenance, and then also the longevity of the cabins and stuff, being able to pull them off for weather and things like that, that will help maintain those cabins. And just, you know, that type of storage is going to require a large space, and kind of what the options were at that San Sofia station for that style of cabin storage. And then, you know, there are several stakeholders that are going to be involved in that. Besides just the two municipalities, there's also going to be, you know, Telsky and the Ridge Club owners as well. Some questions about the property and stuff up there that we're still working through. So as the G-Sub and gondola leadership committees continue to meet, those are going to be things that we're going to need to make decisions on and figure out plans and negotiations with. And then there was also, you know, considerable amount of time spent discussing the two, you know, town stations, as Mian mentioned. We're, you know, independently working on those, but then looking at, you know, basically, even though they're being independently worked on in Mountain Village and in Telluride, ultimately it's one system, and how is that one system going to work, and you know, feasibility for replacements and stuff like that. Just, you know, discussion about that and what that overall looks like. So we're continuing to work diligently to figure out the operations of the current gondola and the potential new replacement gondola, and we're just going to keep everyone you know, informed as we make those decisions going forward. Anything else, Mian, because you were on this too?
But they are public meetings.
They are public. You
and
can
we would
come. You can
love for
listen.
you to attend. I think that's about it.
Yeah, these are public meetings. They are noticed. Please come and give your input while these decisions are being made, rather than being frustrated with decisions that you didn't have any input on. So we would love to hear from members of the public. Feel free to join us.
They're fun meeting.
They are fun.
Ish.
They're interesting meetings, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's our future.
And they're not very long.
Ashley, thank you very much. Dan?
Not much to report. The one thing I'll note is that Eco Action Partners has now launched an expansion of the Green Grants program to a new regional program. So this is distinct and separate from the Telluride Green Grants program, which is still ongoing, still going to be a thing that we offer our constituents here in the town of Telluride. But there was demand in the region, since that program, the original Green Grants program, was only for citizens of the town of Telluride within the town limits of Telluride. Other people had heard word, and there was a desire to grow and expand that program. So Eco Action Partners is now able to work together, not only continuing with the town, but San Miguel County, San Juan County, and the Telluride Foundation have all contributed to this new expanded program, and have formed this new subcommittee to grow and expand the Green Grants program. So I've now stepped on to that subcommittee as well. And we had our first meeting, which was essentially just discussing what type of qualifications we think we'd want for this money, how much to give to each sort of area and each applicant potentially, as well as what type of qualifications we would want to prioritize, and how do we most equitably distribute the limited funds we have available for us. So that was just the first meeting. It's still early days in that, but hoping to get that up and running and have applications out for the wider community here in the next couple months.
How is that funded?
Contributions from the counties and from the Telluride Foundation.
I seem to remember that we discussed that Eco Action Partners would no longer be administering the Green Grants program for us, but that we would switch it to the Ecology Commission, like we do with our other grant programs.
And perhaps I misspoke, because yes, that is accurate, in that they serve as an advisor on that, and we have one member from Eco Action serve on that Green Grants subcommittee, but it is, I believe, 2 members of the Ecology Commission, myself, and 1 member of Eco Action Partners on the Green Grants subcommittee. And Zoe's nodding her head, so I believe I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
So it'd be more accurate to say Eco Action Partners has created a new Green Grants program outside of the town of Telluride.
Yeah, sorry, and that's what I was trying to say. If I wasn't clear, I apologize.
But I can ask a quick question. Sorry, I feel like we're hammering you with questions. Is because our program was specific and funded by the town of Telluride for Telluride.
Yes.
Telluride Foundation is funding this new program. Are they funding it specifically to the exclusion of the town of Telluride, or is it for the region as a whole?
So that's one thing we're discussing and has not been determined yet. A fine question. Happy for your input. It's the foundation's service area is broad. I believe that some of their money will likely be returning to the limits of the town of Telluride, but not necessarily delineated as only town of Telluride funds, mostly San Miguel County, which does then incorporate the town of Telluride as well.
Okay.
But no, I don't believe nothing's finalized.
Thank you.
Sounds great. Would love to hear as that develops, what the specs are.
Anything else, Dan?
Nothing. Thank you.
All right, I've got a couple things. I filled in for Ashley at Parks and Rec. They approved the winter schedule for the ice rink at the Hanley Pavilion. And we did a tour of the shed, the new facility for the warming hut, the pavement around the ice rink, and where the Memorial Garden will go. And it's just all really exciting. That's about it from the Parks and Rec meeting. And then the only other thing that I would like to discuss has to do with vending. There an appetite for town council to discuss vending restrictions in terms of, I don't know the technical term, but I call them trinkets. And for example, we had an applicant that wanted to sell more things that are available in our retail stores, more goods than food. They were the lowest priority, so there wasn't a space for them. So we didn't have to approve it nor further discuss it at the vending committee level. But the question becomes, do we as town council feel the need to restrict that type of service? And do we think that service reflects well upon what we need and what's beneficial to our constituents, tourists, second homeowners?
Do we not have a restriction to food and beverages? No.
No. Yeah, and that's really the question.
Service, goods and wares are included in vending, what's permitted.
That, my opinion, and trinkets look a little trashy to me, and that might be on an island with that, but
Well, I don't even think you need to clarify. It doesn't matter what it is. Do we want people selling stuff that's not food on the vending spot?
that's another good way to put it.
Right?
Well, I think maybe it's a bigger, broader conversation. Like, do we want to take a look at vending policies and refine what we want that program to ultimately look like? So whether it's what is actually being served, how that's happening, how like kiddo lemonade stands fit in there,
That's
all of
my segue.
all of the things that may have something to do with vending. I think if you're questioning whether or not to talk about it, we should probably talk about all of it and then create a broader policy.
Yeah, that's fine because also the kids' tables were going to be a part of it. We do have some concerns amongst some people that some things that kids sell are fun and organic and lemonade and cool, and some are a little bit more organized. And is that fair? Is that look good? Who
Are you
knows?
talking about
But
like Girl Scout cookies, for example?
that wasn't the example specifically. I don't know if I want to single
Okay.
out on, that's not the point, but it is becoming, some
was just
people are
thinking
complaining
next.
about it. Is that a fair, Tiffany, is that fair? Some people are complaining about it, so.
About some.
So maybe it is because of those two things. Are we okay with a future work session on it? Guess that would be the next step.
I'm fine with that.
I think a work session would be very interesting to hear, because, yeah, I think that maybe this is some stuff that needs looking at again from that's maybe passed a while ago and appetites or people's perspectives have changed.
Yeah, I'm fine taking another look at it, but it's another one, it's another thing of like, is this a priority or is this actually a problem? Does this type of application happen there is a precedent, right, for historic uses for our vendors, correct? If you've been a vendor before, you get priority, correct? Is my understanding of it?
Yep, yeah, there's a
Yeah.
priority list, but we would have been, if one of the people who vended in the past didn't reapply, we would have had this in front of us and had to make a decision of whether we wanted it. And so I would
But we
like,
have the leeway to say, we don't feel this is a need, and so we're gonna deny the permit.
right, but do we want that to be the vending committee or do we want further direction from council? I'm chair of the vending committee. I don't care. Happy to make that decision. Just three. And Jesse Ray and Charles Dalton.
And Tiff, right?
Yes, but I'm no longer a voting member.
Oh.
To clarify, so that, and
Mind having some more clarification if the rest of council feels like we should be more specific?
what we can always put it on our agenda topic discussion for the future in retreats, or decide based on length of meetings and stuff in the future. I think there's plenty of time because this would be most likely a challenge for next summer.
That's right. Not necessarily winter, but we do want to get feedback from our vendors. Definitely we'll get some participation from them. And I do think that just looking at the vending code as a whole, things like cart size, things like that has been challenging for vendors. So I'm happy to take a look at the code with just feedback that I've received from vendors and the community and propose some changes based on kind of the discussion I've heard here and from them, and just put it out there and get the conversation started with town council to see where you want to go with it.
Right. Okay, well, I'll work on trying to squeeze it in. And then specifically, Tiffany, if we had any complaints on our newest vendor for the look and
Sure that they've been out there a whole lot. But that's another discussion topic. Right now, a display apparatus allows for tables is in the definition, just a folding table you can set up. And do we want to restrict that to a cart so that the aesthetic?
it doesn't
aesthetic
look,
things
it doesn't
like
look good.
What is when I've never attended a vending committee meeting.
Hmm.
So when somebody is applying for one of these licenses, do they bring in visuals of what their proposed, space is going to look like?
Yep.
Do they, all of that?
Hmm.
Is there any sort, I mean, I'm assuming then if you saw what they were proposing, what they're doing is not similar to what they proposed?
It was a new vendor and we were going to try to work with them on making sure it fit as best we could, because we thought that not only did we not have another food option for that location, we thought because it was a new vendor and a different type of food for Telluride, that would be good for everybody. So we were hoping to continually work with them to perfect what they have. And some of it with the rules is a little loose. And so when you see it in practice, you might go by it and go, ooh, that doesn't look the greatest.
What recourse do we have in that permit to say, here's what you presented and what the expectation of the visuals for your space?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and we kind of have that, but could be all part of that discussion as well.
I don't mind having the discussion. I think that there's enough people that participate in it, and I don't see any issue with talking about it again.
Great. Thank you for that direction. That brings us to 11D, related organization reports. Do we have any, Tiffany? Okay, that brings us to 11E, comments on payments, and anyone who has any comments or feedback, please provide those comments by email. And that will bring us to agenda item number 12, executive session, part 2. 12A, Norwood School District, executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-64024A and Section 4.6.A of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and 12B, Town Manager Quarterly Check-in for discussion of a personnel matter under Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-64024FI and Section 4.6.B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employees, have requested discussion of the matter in open session. Any member of this body or any official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Do I have a motion from Ashley? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from me. And Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Eva, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, we will go into Great. The time is now 5:09 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were me and Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, Geneva Shawnette, Evelyn Levin, Zoe Denal, and partially Kevin Geiger and Kaylee Ranta. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual consent.